Hello. Hold on. I have to just check something. Oh, what a mess. A moment. Oh, fuck. Everything's so slow. Oh, God. Hello. Wait, what? Is this a threat? Hello, Leo whatever. What do you mean? Is this some pun? Mm, mm, okay. How is everyone doing? Hello, Glitch Master. Wait, Goosey. Juicy? Why am I juicy? Okay, Clip Studio. I'm gonna do some art for once. Why am I juicy? Hold on. I have some sudden stuff to do. Because I always have sudden stuff to do because it rhymes. Yeah. I tried It was because I've got a lot of juice in me. I've always got a lot of stuff to do, a lot of sudden stuff. Oh, nice. You have a lot of coke. Yeah, I do. I need it to stay afloat. How do you like your new apartment? Hmm. Okay, so this is the new drawing. Let me see. We should put on some music, right? You like music? Should put on some gentle music? Gentle Giant. Um, mm, Perfect, right? Excellent. Excellent et moi. Wow, wow. Kingdom Hearts. Yes, Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts. You should know it. All right, let's do this. If you have any comments on the art, then feel free to attack me. Attack me, okay? Do you know what I mean? Do you understand my feelings? Attack me. You know? Remember to attack me, you know? Attack me. Whoa. Not white. White is bad. We focus on black. Okay? You know what I mean? Mon ami? I am so cramped in here. Today we're doing a comic, by the way. God, this music's so loud. I cannot hear my thoughts. Okay, it should be very quiet and unintrusive, okay? The music should be minimal. It should be barely registerable. Hold on. Wave. Like the music should like be barely registerable. Let me see. Oof. There you go. Yeah. We're doing a comic today. Alright, let's do this. Do you want to see the comic so far? I'll show you the comic so far, okay? For an announcement for the channel. How do you like the comic book so far? A sneak peek for those who are actually here. For those who come after. No comment? Wow. Nobody's interested, huh? Not even you. Hello, Fake Kyle Parker. How do you like the comic so far, Fake Kyle Parker?
Oh, Barry!
Oh my gosh, thank you for the tier 1. This is a wench who best brushed her hair. What the? You know what? If you donate more, I'll brush my hair. So far, I just feel insulted. That's why I feel. Okay. If you donate a substantial amount, I'll brush my hair. A wench. Wow. Unbelievable. You left? You insulted me. I said that. How do you like the comic? I'm a wench and I should brush my hair? If you donate a good amount, then I'll go brush my hair, is what I said. So how do you like the comic? So what do you think? Hmm. All right. It needs to be finished. Wow. You're mean to me today, aren't you? I don't know why the evil attitude. What have I done to you? I've been good all day today, you know? I do my best. Yeah. I feel like we should bash a little bit those remakes of Final Fantasy VII. Maybe that will bring out the crowd of people that are haters. That'll be my drama. Hating on the Final Fantasy remake trilogy. Which is not a remake but a sequel, but whatever. Horrible, horrible sequel. Story-wise, at least. The gameplay is okay. I actually don't even have complaints about the gameplay itself. You know what I mean? Mm. I feel like I should remake it. I feel like I don't like what's happening here. You started it. Wait, why did I start? I did no such thing. By the way, I have to. Mm, mm. These are relaxed art streams where we can talk, where we can do discourse, where we can do all sorts of things together like a family. What do you mean? I'm not mean to you. I'm never mean to you. I'm never mean to anybody. Everybody's always mean to me. You know, I think you're mistaken. I think you're confused, honestly. You know, I think there's a confusion going here. It's been so hot. We've been trapped in a heat wave. I swear to God, it's been bad. Well, at least there's not been any bombing tonight, right? For a blessing. You know what I mean? Witchmaster, what do you appreciate most? Or maybe not appreciate. What do you like most in these streams? News? Gaming? Art? Is messing about? I've been watching this YouTuber lately and it has been very cathartic. Been complaining about the Final Fantasy VII remake thing. It's been very cathartic for me. I appreciate the banter. Hello, Rusty. Hello, I heart frogs. Welcome. Are you new to the stream? Rusty, hi, Lucy. I'm hearing Ukraine is debating accepting LGBTQ plus in the military. If so, does Ukraine have the luxury to decline military members? Wait. Can you give me a link? Is this some story that you've read? Can you link it? On the side page, of course. Because you probably won't be able to do it on YouTube. And we can go over it. I like your art. Thank you. Are you new to the stream? Is this your first rodeo with Lucy Haza? If so, then I could, introduce myself. Believe it or not, I do quite a lot of different things. And some of the things, if you don't know me, some of the things that I do might surprise you. Some of them might be a shock to you, maybe a shock to your system. You'll be like, wait, what is this person doing what they're doing? And I'll be like, yeah, I guess that's me doing the things that I do. Gotta do what you gotta do. And what you gotta do, it ain't always pretty. Also, I've gotten an actual, not just, I've got an extra editor. And this extra editor is not really a volunteer editor, so they actually need money from me. So I actually need to step up my game and make more money streaming. It's time for me to step up my game. I have to do a lot more controversial political commentary, I guess. Maybe media commentary. But you're always pretty. Me? Are you making a comic book? I am making a comic for the announcement. Yeah, you can see some of the panels that are already finished here. Boom. I've already finished some of the panels. I make those little comics for the announcements on YouTube. Oh, Kyiv Independent. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna read the article later. I also do animation. That's also a thing that I do. I make those little animations for the announcements. Declare war with Sunday? Wait, what about? What am I at war with President Sunday about? President Sunday has been at war with himself or something. I don't know what's happening with him. Wild. Honestly, he has been at war with himself more than anything. So I'm not sure if I should even add to that. As Parasite Eve said, and I'm not even sure if you've heard of the game Parasite Eve, the biggest enemy is within the self. The biggest enemy is that within the self. You know what I mean? I like drawing hair. Drawing hair brings me joy. hopefully will not be getting bombed tonight. I'm keeping hope that we will not be bombed tonight. Is this an OC you have? This is basically a representation, an ideal representation of myself. I'm an artist, so I can, you know, live the fantasy. Wait, are you new to the stream? Or no? Oh yeah, it is your first time. Okay. So I'm basically... Okay, so I do a variety of things. I do this sort of thing, art, which is what I'm doing right now. I do gaming sometimes. I do news coverage, which is also something that I do. And I do war journalism. Yeah, the character is my age. I do war journalism in Ukraine. I'm in Ukraine right now. I'm in Kyiv. I interview people that suffer from this war that is happening in Ukraine. You know? I mean, I can draw characters in all sorts of pages. Feel free to commission, you know? My commissions are open. Yeah. I do need to gather funds to do the journalism. You'd be shocked to learn how much money fixers actually take for their services. If anybody says that people go to Ukraine to report as a money stunt or whatever, oh yeah, I could draw it on stream. If anybody says that people go to Ukraine to report as some make money stunt, then they're delusional or liars or both. Delusional liars. A fixer will take hundreds of dollars per day to work with you. You always draw yourself as a girl? Just asking. You seem very nice. I do draw myself as a girl because I'm a trans person. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that I'm a trans person. Yes. Cool. So that maybe answers your question? Perhaps. You know what I mean? Oh. Oh. This is a Polish trans woman who just happens to be Jewish. That's true. War journalist. That tries. It also happens to be working for a voluntary organization for Ukraine. Oh, that's cool. You go, girl. Thank you. I like frogs as well. Frogs are nice. Frog was my favorite character in Chrono Trigger, you know. I don't hate Fake Alec Carl Parker. Fake Alec Carl Parker hates me, if anything. I joined a show with about Supergirl with that famous media content creator and Fake Alec Kyle Parker didn't even watch it. Fake Alec Kyle Parker was like, "You hate Western American media and you always just talk about Japan." And I was like, "Yeah, you know, I'm gonna talk about Supergirl for 5 hours with this famous big media YouTuber." And Fake Alec Kyle Parker was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna skip. I don't care." You know, it's like that. It's just that. I bet Fake Alec Kyle Parker is not even watching right now. It's like, you know. Yeah, but have you watched the video, okay? Have you watched the segment? Probably not. Probably not. You know. Wait, you watched the whole thing? What did you think? Do you like the Iron Man movies? I really like them. Yeah, I like them. Although not all of them were of equal quality. Iron Man movies are okay. What do you think the color of the character is, by the way, Iron Man? Hello, Greater Range. Why are the caps lock? I told you and Anthony have an SMR voice. But am I showing something perverted on screen or something? Short stack goblins? No. No shows. No sure. No show sharks bobbling. Why is Greater Range screaming at me? Hold on. I don't understand. This year a tavern wench. That's true. No, I'm not a wench. I'm not a wench. I'm innocent. You know, I do my best every single day. What is that song? You know, I do my very best every single day. Very nice. Are you paying monthly charge for the software? No, I got the old version where you paid once and you were supposed to get it for life, but I got the version that was before the subscription model. I cannot afford a subscription model for Clip Studio. Listen, tavern wenches are cool though. All the bros are saying so. Bitches wish they could be you. They do? Are those bitches too big for their britches? Get it? I should do more collabs with Anthony, right? What do you think? There used to be this interesting arc in Spider-Man during which Spider-Man's wife, Mary Jane, oh my god, Spider-Man has not been married to Mary Jane for like over 10 years now or something. This crazy. Crazy to think that Spider-Man is not married to Mary Jane, but whatever. The point that I'm trying to make is that, hello Malaki, the point that I'm trying to make is that there was this arc in Spider-Man comics when Mary Jane, Spider-Man's wife, lived in this big apartment because she had a soap opera gig together with Peter, Spider-Man, and they had a landlord who was a creepy, perverted, bearded man who was a stalker, and he kidnapped Mary Jane. That was a whole thing. The creepy stalker landlord arc. Still remember it. They published that story in Poland about the weirdo. I think it was drawn by Todd McFarlane, actually. The super famous Spawn author. To be fair, I would kidnap you too, Lucy. Wait, you would? Do you have a shrine in your... Do you have a special room with a shrine dedicated to me? Oh yeah. Iron Man character became synonymous with Robert Downey Jr. Yeah. When you think Iron Man, you actually do think this particular actor right now. Protect the dolls. You should kidnap Lucy and force her to have a good day of relaxation and self-care. I cannot afford that, unfortunately. I have to grow as a content creator. And also, there's a lot of work to do. Relaxation is for weaklings. I should learn how to color more efficiently. There are ways to color more efficiently when it comes to digital drawing. We might have to watch some tutorials on stream, you know? Wait, Glitchmaster, did you recommend that Luna Oi video? I'm not a big fan of Luna Oi, did you know? I am a big fan of Vietnam, but I'm not a big fan of Luna Oi. I'm afraid Luna Oi is kinda cringe. Oh no, it was Boy Meets Meanie. Wait, you shared it because... Oh, good was you? You shared it because I don't like you, Luna Oi? But maybe we should watch it. Like, I'm pretty sure she was anti-LGBT at some point. Also, I watched some of it. She said some contradictory things. Like, I mean, France, I will say that France does not have much of a leg to stand on when it comes to Vietnam compared to the US, okay? France is not much better when it comes to Vietnam than the US, I'm sorry to inform. Also, Luna always said a contradictory thing in the video. She said, "Oh, Vietnam is extremely supportive of the LGBT because we have an LGBT community that fights for recognition and rights." And I'm like, hold on. If Vietnam is so supportive of the LGBT, then why does the community have to fight for recognition and rights? Right? Like if the state was supportive of the LGBT, you wouldn't need a community that would have to fight for rights and recognition. Yeah, girl, you're the best. Thank you. And it makes no sense. I remember she made a video talking about color revolution, that it was like a bad thing. Yeah, I wonder what will not always. I don't even. Oh yeah, Luna Oi made a horrible video about Ukraine, I think. I think Luna Oi actually made a pretty bad video on Ukraine as well, if I remember correctly. I might have even covered it. See, and now the character's boobs have disappeared, just like mine. If you could beat your favorite actor, who would it be? Mine would be Hugh Jackman, and he plays Wolverine. I would meet the famous Orson Welles, who played Unicron in the Transformers, the movie, um, the animated movie, and I would ask him to recreate the wine commercial. First of all, an outtake of the wine commercial where he says, "Ah, yes, the vintage wine." That thing I would ask him to recreate. And second of all, I would ask him to do a line from as Unicron, the planet that devours other planets. Well, there's always a place for community to keep rights and recognition that we have here, even if they're rights. Yeah, but keeping rights is not the same for fighting for recognition. You know, you don't really have a supportive government if you have to fight for recognition. The vintage wine. Good. Gotta love. How do you like the comic so far? Hmm. Do you like it? Nice. Maybe President Sunday will see some of my art and accuse me of using AI. See? This is cool, right? This is a comic book. I mean, that is true. Mm. It is, the drawing itself is done. So now we got sound effects and some text. I already said Orson Welles. I said I give a huge elaboration on why it would be Orson Welles. You know, the famous movie maker. You know Orson Welles? You know, Unicron? Citizen Kane director? You have to make hentai if you want to attract Vosh community like President Sunday. Wait. President Sunday made hentai and attracted Vosh's community? Is that what happened? Did President Sunday make hentai? I feel like President Sunday's bread and butter content now is just attacking other content creators. You know? You know what I mean? How do you like the comic book so far? How do you like it? Yeah? Also, always consider joining my page and stuff. It needs more hentai? That would destroy the stream. Okay? That would destroy the stream. I kid. So what should I say here? I want to say... if you wanna see more art like this, consider coming. Consider coming. Consider coming to live stream. Is that okay? Consider coming. And we're gonna add a little heart symbol. That? No. We're gonna no. No. Oh, no. A sign. And the heart will be blushing. It's a very strange combination. But, you know, we roll with it. The blushing heart. Does that work? Hello, Emily. What do you think about the blushing heart? Yeah, I think it's nice that it kind of pops out, you know? Ah, you're such a purist. Okay, then I'm gonna make it smaller. What do you think? So we've got 4 panels now, right? Hello. It has been a while since I've made a comic, which I should probably do the thing to be like, you know, boom. Yeah, it has been a while since I've made a comic, you know. Relax, I will say make animation. If you wanna see more art like this, consider coming to my stream. So yeah, what do you think? I know, right? Whoa! Earphones. How do you like? Oleg. Sakti a Neeb. Okay, I will not try to put it backwards. Good girl art, like, you know? So we need another panel, okay? Let's see. Do you like Star Wars movies? And if so, who's your favorite character? Mine is Obi-Wan Kenobi. My favorite Star Wars character is probably... Speaking of Star Wars, gosh, we have to watch this video. We have to watch this parody video quickly together, okay? Because I don't know, I will never get tired of watching it. So I will show it to you. Okay? Is it okay if I show you the video that I will never get tired of. My favorite character is Chewie, because he ruined A New Hope, okay? For everybody. A New Hope is like the first Star Wars movie. And Chewie ruined it, okay?
The opening sequence here.
A conversation that ruined A New Hope. I will never get tired of watching this, you know? Browser. I'll turn on the browser.
Anyway, we should be at all. Well, you can forget.
So Chewie is my fave, okay? A New Hope, not A New Hope. Okay? You're perverts. Alright.
Well, you can forget your troubles with those Imperial slugs. I told you I'd outrun them. Don't everybody thank me at once. Anyway, we should be at Alderaan about 0200 hours.
I love this video.
Remember, a Jedi can feel the Force flowing through him.
You mean it controls your actions?
Partially, but it also obeys your commands.
Ow! Oh!
Hokey religions and ancient weapons are no match for a good blaster at your side, kid.
You don't believe in the Force, do you?
You don't believe in the Force, do you?
Kid, I've flown from one side of the galaxy to the other. I've seen a lot of strange stuff, but I've never seen anything to make me believe there's an all-powerful force controlling everything. There's no mystical energy field controls my destiny. It's all a lot of simple tricks and nonsense.
I have.
Look, some sleemo doing sleight-of-hand card tricks in a cantina doesn't count as proof of the Force.
No, I fought alongside a Jedi Grandmaster. In the Battle of Kashyyyk during the Clone Wars. We are super good friends.
What?
You know Master Yoda.
You fought in the Clone Wars too?
Of course. Of course.
Wait, who's Yoda?
Grand Master of the Jedi Order. Very strong in the Force. And very wise.
You were friends with a Jedi Grandmaster, and this is the first I'm ever hearing of anything like this from you? And the Force is real.
Wow, what a small galaxy! Ah!
Too small, if you ask me. All right, Chewie, what else aren't you telling me?
We're going to Kashyyyk too. Visit my family for Live Day this year.
What do you mean, we?
You're coming this time.
What am I, your wife?
Yoda would come.
All right, I'll go. Don't get all worked up.
Yoda would come.
Anyone else harboring any secrets?
He says that he was Anakin Skywalker's droid, and that Anakin built me. Oh, I don't know about that.
You two knew my father? I mean, what are the chances?
I have no memory of this. What are you talking about?
Wait a moment, R2.
Then Anakin turned to the dark side, and Obi-Wan thought he killed him, but he turned into Darth Vader. And Leia is Luke's twin sister. Oh, where do you get these ridiculous ideas?
No. No, that's not true. That's impossible!
That's impossible.
All right, I'm convinced. That's too many coincidences. The Force has to be real.
You mean it's all true?
From a certain point of view,
Ow!
From a certain point of view.
No! I'm not sure I know what that means.
Looks like we're coming up on Alderaan. Glad we could get everything out in the open. Well, you can forget.
Glad we could get everything out in the open. glad we could get everything out in the end. Wait, nobody enjoyed this? Nobody commented? I thought it was very funny, okay? I thought this is peak humor, okay? This is literally peak humor, okay? What's rich? What do you mean? This you gotta give me more time to respond. Chop chop, you know? Everybody should write, you know? Everybody should be active. The more active you are, the more the algorithm likes it, and the more people will come, you know? That's the rule, you know? That's the rule of the jungle. You know what I mean? That is how the cookie crumbles. Okay, we'll have a video running in the background as I draw. Because I feel like you hate. Wait, what the hell? What is this? Prison Sunday talking to somebody?
Putting it back down, trying to remember, like I would remember and then I would pick it
Like,
up
shit, how do I spell Kwisatz Haderach?
and I would forget, and then eventually someone behind me was like, just write anything. And so I wrote, etc.
What is Prison
Let's
Sunday
take
doing?
this ad. According to the logic of ego and selfhood, putting a beautiful woman next to a car that you want to sell is an objectification of the woman, meaning the ad reduces her individual complexity and capitalizes on her desirability. So according to
Oh,
egoic
okay.
or self-centered logic,
Thank you, Vladimir, for
desire
content.
comes last, and it's something to be activated. So
I have some bad news for you guys. Deleuze does not have a solution to people commodifying sex in advertisement. I'm sorry. It's not really what Anti-Oedipus is about either. Hate to break it to you.
it in itself is passive. But according to the logic of desire, the message is that the most valuable desire on the table is hers.
No. No. Okay.
Okay, enough. Prison Sunday, super cool philosophy nonsense. Wasn't the original Star Wars plastic models? Like, what wasn't like wasn't this made by plastic models?
Did you hear that? No, not my girly little scream. The boom.
I was very tense when I watched this scene as a kid.
Find the plans.
Oh, R2-D2, you ding-dong. Who was that girl? I knew you were seeing someone. Why do you keep these things from me? Oh no, they're coming this way. You mean the escape pod? Lift you into it? Oh, you lazy trash can. You're going to tell me who that woman was.
Where
Oh.
are the plans?
Plans? There's no plans on this ship.
Find the plans.
Everyone, set it for stun. What do you mean she looked like Padme? Who's Padme? What do you mean you'll tell me later? you sure this is safe? What do you mean you're listening to a podcast?
Darth Vader, only you could be so bold. The Senate's not gonna sit still for this freaking crap.
You're a part of the Rebel Alliance.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm on a mission to Alderaan diplomatically.
Take her out.
I don't think we should take her.
Diplomat.
She's a princess. People aren't going to be happy.
Don't make me replace her with you.
I would much prefer to stay.
Sir, there's no plans on this ship, and no transmissions either.
Let the Force be with you. I'll kill your jaw!
Yes, sir.
You too.
Would you roll, please? What's that? I swear, R2, if anyone else could understand you, you'd be cancelled in an hour. Well, why would we go that way? It looks exactly the same this way. Oh, yes, I understand that you could make that same argument in my side. Fine, you go that way, I'll go this way. Let's see if we both end up in the exact same place. I bet we won't.
I didn't draw anything because I was busy watching this. Why is Japan obsessed with lollies?
If you watch anime long enough, you know that some people have called it problematic. Like how the harem anime genre is actually misogynistic, the medium actively sexualizing high school students, or how Americans are portrayed. I don't think it's patriotic enough. We can do better, boys!
Do we have a movie night? We can, if you join the Discord.
Really talking is that of the lolly. No other trope in anime or manga can get people on Twitter arguing more than a character that looks like this. Some people say that it attracts a certain demographic, other people say that it's not real and that it's not a big deal. But regardless of all of that, the trope has been a mainstay in Japanese anime, manga, and games since forever. As someone who's been watching anime since high school, it's actually harder to find stories without a lolly type character in it. And because of that, anime, and by extension otakus, have garnered a bit of a reputation for being weird in that way. But what if I told you that just because it's everywhere in anime and manga, it doesn't mean it's actually well liked, even by the people that made it. That's right, even the Japanese don't like this trope, as much as some people on the internet tell you that it's somehow normal over there. And it's all because of a Japanese serial killer. So, what gives, right? Why is the lolly trope and genre a thing? How did it get started? And why do they portray it in the way that they do?
And well, the answer to that is a lot more complicated than you think.
What?
Now, I want you to forget for a moment how weird the lolly trope and genre can be sometimes, and purely look at it as a medium of fiction. Hard to do when you got scenes like this, but just try. Because while the trope does have some negative connotations today, it actually kind of started with fairly innocent beginnings. Emphasis on fairly. For example, a lot of people think that the cute little girl trope has always existed in anime, but that's not really the case. During the 1960s and 70s, one of the biggest trends in manga was an aesthetic style called gekiga, a style of drawing that emphasized realism and mature cinematic storylines. But some artists at the time weren't really satisfied with this. They wanted characters to be more expressive and emotive. So, artists like Hideo Azuma, taking inspiration from the shoujo manga of his time, were the first to break away from mainstream aesthetics and do their own thing. Okay, you know that blobby look that you see in a lot of modern anime? You know the one. Super rounded faces with eyes that take up half the head. Yeah, this style of drawing kind of started with shoujo manga, a story genre that was primarily meant for young girls and women. But manga artists who were looking for change, like Hideo Azuma, saw this and just decided, hey, we should be able to do this for other genres too. And with this wave of artists...
Shoujo is not a genre, okay? I already disqualified this video as being... Like, he literally said it. Shoujo is a manga that is targeted at young girls. That's a demographic. That's not a genre, okay? If I say, oh, Video games for the audience of 12, between 12 and 14-year-old children. That's not a genre, okay? That's a demographic. Like there's a big difference because within shoujo you can have different genres. Same with shonen, okay?
Design in stories outside the shoujo manga genre
Annoying.
kind of helped to popularize it. They didn't
Oh my god, he said it again. Genre. The shoujo genre. Oh my. Annoying. Annoying. Okay? Shoujo is not a genre. We can't all be smart as you, Lulu. That's true.
directly create the
Not
lolly
even
trope in the
smart.
genre, but these more exaggerated proportions and expressions kinda laid the groundwork for future artists to iterate upon. Now, I do need to mention this just to be fair, that not every early lolly character was originally created for purposes. While the trope would eventually be eroticized in the 80s, a huge chunk of them were made purely to be as
Shonen is
and
not a
as cute
genre.
as possible. But that isn't to say that everything that
You know?
influenced the lolly genre was simple and wholesome. The appeal for the trope was also influenced by Japan's
Shonen.
entertainment industry. In a very
And no, it's not a genre. We have different types of mangas within the shonen. Different genres you have. You know, Death Note is Death Note a shonen manga? I think it is, actually. What magazine was it? Printed in Weekly Shonen Jump. Okay. Death Note is definitely not in the same genre as Dragon Ball. Okay, you will not persuade me that Death Note is in the same genre as Dragon Ball. Don't even try. Don't try it. Shonen Jump is a magazine. But it's a shonen manga magazine. You know what I mean? Do you understand my feelings? I think you understand my feelings a bit. I hope you understand my feelings. You think you're more like Bulma or Chichi? I am like I am lunch. I am crazy. I sneeze and my personality changes drastically. Yeah, that's right. I'm the forgotten character. The character that Goku kicked in the face. Of course.
Catchy way though. During this time, Japan was going through a bit of a pop idol boom. The modern day Japanese pop idol scene would get its start during this period. It was characterized by very pretty, but very young talents. For example, Agnes Chan, one of Japan's earliest pop idols, was only 17 when she released her hit song, Poppy Flower. Momoe Yamaguchi, another early Japanese pop idol, was only 13 when she first applied to
Oh
become
my
a singer dad,
God.
on the fact that this was kind of the pre-Enlightenment age where media was predominantly catered to the male gaze, which is how you get 15 to 17-year-old girls singing lyrics like, "If that's what you want, I'm okay with anything you do to me. I'm alright with rumors that I'm a bad girl." Or, "We all experience just once the sweet snare of seduction." Yeah, both of these
Yeah.
songs were from Momoe Yamaguchi when she was only 14 years old. And you start to realize that Japan's idol industry is not beating the allegations of exploitation when you learn that her songs were intentionally written to be as suggestive as possible.
I
because
mean,
these were the
pedophilia
ones
was
that were
outlawed
selling.
in
Apparently,
Japan
her
not
early
so long
songs
ago.
really weren't that successful. But that changed when the talent agency she was with gave her a songwriting and composing team that intentionally wrote very risque lyrics to help sell her music more. Keep in mind, she was only 14 and 15 when she performed the songs I quoted just now. You can't convince me that the talent agency didn't know what they were doing. Again, just like the artists from before, while this didn't magically make Japanese people attracted to adolescent fictional characters, it did help to normalize a bit the idea of consuming media involving adolescent and immature women. All of this is to say that the lolicon genre was the culmination of everything that was going on in Japan during the 1970s and 80s. Some artists in the 70s wanted manga to be more expressive.
You'd be
so
very
they made
shocked
characters
to
with
learn when
emotions more exaggerated
underage
and emotive.
material was
being born,
illegalized
so
in
talent
Japan.
agencies wanted really young talents to capture the predominantly male audience's imagination. And unironically, Japan also just has an innate addiction with anything cute. It's a huge reason why Japan has some of the best known cutest mascot characters in the world. Sanrio, Chikawa, Chitan, this fucking thing. My point is, we can't just call Japan creeps and leave it at that. There were plenty of societal influences independent of each other that resulted in the idea of the lolly trope. Hell, it's even alleged part of the reason why lolly manga is a thing in the first place was because of the yaoi genre. The logic being that, well, since yaoi was originally for female otakus, male otakus in Japan thought they deserved their own genre. And in turn, they created lolly manga as a response. Don't ask me how that line of logic progresses. That's just what I read. Now, I know I'm leaving out other influencers for time. Like, one thing I didn't get to mention was the 1980s lolicon boom. Yes, that's the actual name of the period coined by some researchers, where stories involving this trope were at its most numerous. But I do hope you get the idea that the real truth behind the trope and genre is a lot more nuanced and long-winding. Like, one thing you gotta remember is that a lot of the things that influence the idea of the lolly trope and genre happened over years, if not decades. We humans have a really bad tendency to compress events that happened over a large span of time into a really small period. But what if I told you that this wasn't always the case though? That Japan actually came around to hating the lolly trope and genre. That at a certain point, Japan genuinely had a satanic panic level of outrage against lollies. Now, if you know anything about online discourses, you know it's a lot of accusing people you don't know of things you think they do. I would know. I dressed up as Moist Critical for a TikTok once, and someone immediately called me sexist. And the lolly trope is no different. If you say you're a fan of it, you've probably had a lot of opinions pre-made about you. But there is actually a precedent that shows this kind of thinking, specifically in the Tsutomu Miyazaki murders. Tsutomu Miyazaki was a notorious Japanese murderer.
Did he kill fans of lolicon?
4 Japanese girls aging from 4 to 7. And to avoid being demonetized,
Oh,
and
it's
because
Giggle
I'm not a
Coin.
true crime channel, the long story short
You
is
should
that
be
this
able to
case
find a link in
shocked
my
me.
videos.
During investigations, it was found that Tsutomu Miyazaki was a huge consumer of anime, manga, and videos. And when this information was made public, all hell broke loose. In Japan, there was an immediate stigma to anything that was labeled as otaku. It was these kinds of things that Miyazaki had consumed. So it had to be these kinds of things that urged him to do what he did. Japan was quite literally in an otaku panic, in the same way that America had their own satanic panic. There was a genuine fear that if young people continued to consume these types of stories, they were just gonna be too lost in the sauce and brain rotted. Now, here I'm gonna have to do the one thing that most video essayists don't want to do. I'm gonna have to refute myself. Because while there was a crazy media storm surrounding Tsutomu Miyazaki and the terrible things that he did, there are some that allege that the Japanese media kinda ran away with the whole thing. For example, Japanese novelist and social critic Eiji Otsuka alleges that Japanese news outlets at the time really wanted to play into the public emotions by focusing really hard on the fact that Tsutomu Miyazaki had a huge manga collection and even consumed erotic manga and videos, completely ignoring the fact that up until that point, Tsutomu Miyazaki had a well-documented troubled childhood with neglectful and emotionally distant parents, a very close and beloved grandfather that died early in his life, thus depriving him of the only adult figure that cared about him, and early childhood isolation he alleviated by reading manga unsupervised. Even researchers like Sharon Kinsella, a noted sociology lecturer who specializes in studying contemporary Japanese pop culture, said that it was actually quite normal for people around Tsutomu Miyazaki's age to own the amount of media that he did. And to really round things off and to give a fair shake to the degenerate weebs, here's a quote from Japanese psychologist Saito Tamaki in his book Beautiful Fighting Girl that talks about sexuality. Quote, "As far as I know, the actual sex lives of otakus are extremely wholesome, even boring. Which is to say that their sexual desires are wholesome and ordinary, not that different from regular folks. It's not unusual for male and female otakus to date, and once the men are able to earn a living and attain a position in society, they go on to marry normal women completely as a matter of course. Yeah, there can be some real freaks sometimes, but that can happen to any community. But the overall point I'm trying to make is that Japan is not immune to having their own satanic panics. Playing into the public emotions aside, there was a genuine worry in the kinds of stories that were being told in anime and manga. Enough worry, actually, that the Japanese government started to crack down on any media that they thought took things too far. Japan also doesn't just give a free pass to lolicon media, as some people on the internet would say. There's this idea online that because of how perverted anime and Japanese games can be, Japan is kind of like this mecca of free speech and that you can make any story that you want. But there have been plenty of instances where the Japanese government themselves are the ones to bring down the banhammer on certain stories. Now, you can absolutely debate whether or not that in of itself is a good thing, but my point is, Japan themselves can also see the kinds of stories they make and also find it weird. By and large, they're just like you and me. If you think it's weird that this character looks like a kid, chances are someone in Japan also thought the same thing. But even with all of this, Japan continues to make stories involving lolly characters. It's a very popular trope that's passed the test of time.
Hold on.
Involving lolly characters. With all of this, Japan continues to make stories involving lolly characters. It's a very popular trope that's passed the test of time and withstood an entire moral panic. But the question still is, why though? Why is this trope seemingly everywhere and still going strong in the modern day? And the answer is, well, what if I told you that there is no answer? So I know it's a cop-out to say that there's no real answer as to why Japan keeps making lollies. In before, someone calls me a dirty centrist for not
Yes, you
understand,
can.
but
Don't lie.
and this is mainly because
Don't
there
lie
are
to me.
so many hands in the pot when it comes to making lollies as a trope and as a genre. For example, would you believe me if I said that this guy right here was an indirect pioneer of the lolly genre? That's right, Hayao Miyazaki, the acclaimed Ghibli director and creator of your favorite childhood animated movie, kinda also led to the creation of the lolly trope and genre. But not
What?
really. Because
Wait,
you see,
hold
one
on.
of his
What the-
earliest movies, Lupin III, The Castle of Cagliostro.
I got scared. What the hell?
Because you see, kinda also led to the creation of the lolly trope and genre. But not really. Because you see, one of his earliest movies, Lupin of the lolly trope.
What was that sound?
Your
Coming
favorite
from my
childhood
phone?
animated movie. Kinda also led to the creation of the lolly trope and genre. But not really. Because you see, one of his also led to the
Was this
director and
from the
creator
video?
of your favorite childhood animated movie.
Okay,
Kinda
okay.
also led
It
to
was
the
from the video.
creation of the
That
lolly
scared
trope
me.
genre. But not really. Because you see, one of his earliest movies, Lupin III, The Castle of Cagliostro, had a character by the name of Clarice, who was super popular amongst male otaku circles. And this adoration for the character was very much nonsensical.
Lupin.
Clarice was mainly due to her fairy tale and girly aesthetic. Hell, even the term lolicon or Lolita wasn't even used to describe or inappropriate content. It was mainly used to refer to this kind of character trope. And that's what I mean by there's no clear answer as to why Japan continues to make lollies, because there's a lot of things that intersect with the idea of it. Some people would say, oh, it's because it's a genre by sick Japanese men for other sick Japanese men. But there were women in these spaces making these kinds of stories for men at doujin events. Others would say, oh, it's because this trope and genre has always been problematic. But at the same time, like I said, most, if not all, early lolicon stories were purely non-erotic and platonic. That said, the inverse is also true. While the lolly trope and genre did start with the simple fact that some people found these characters super cute and endearing in a completely platonic way, doesn't mean you can ignore the many instances where these kinds of characters were put into really inappropriate positions just because the creators could. For example, one of the earliest lolicon anime was the creatively named Lolita anime in the 1980s. And in it are things I can't even mention on YouTube if I still want to have my channel by the end of this video. And I tried to find any reason that the creators could have made this anime. Maybe it was a commission piece for a particularly sick individual. Maybe it was just some weird circle jerk material for the studio themselves. And I couldn't really find anything. It really does seem like they made it purely because they could, and so that they could sell it to the weird otakus that would buy it. I personally think that the lolicon genre and its usage just comes down to how we as an audience, and sometimes as creators, interact with fiction. And this actually has been talked about in Japan before, in a book called The Ethics of Affect by Patrick Galbraith, who is another accredited researcher who specializes in talking about contemporary Japanese pop culture. What is it with white people and wanting to research Japan? I have no clue, but in the book he interviews legal expert Shinichiro Hirata asking about the ethics in regards to consuming very controversial media tropes like lollies. TLDR, because Hirata's opinion about this spans multiple pages, and also because I'm officially Unk status and sitting down to edit for like 3 hours is starting to hurt me, but Hirata basically says that there's something called the ethics of moe and the responsibility of the otaku, which in dumb speak means that even though these things are fictional and shouldn't be treated as a reflection of the people both making and consuming it, doesn't mean that it's not above criticism. Hirata is basically saying, yeah, you shouldn't outright ban it because that's just going to be a lot more legal and social problems than it's worth, but fuck, you gotta be willing to criticize what you watch. He stresses that just because it's not real doesn't mean that it can't have real life consequences. You have to face and acknowledge the really uncomfortable parts of the media you consume to make sure you don't just go overboard. And I personally subscribe to this. As a longtime anime nerd and watcher of anything Japanese, you kinda learn to tune out the really weird parts of the medium, but just because I give a free pass to some tropes and genres in anime and manga doesn't mean that I don't question how they can look sometimes. I firmly believe that as time goes on, we need to reevaluate how specific tropes and genres are portrayed. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely can understand why some people who aren't familiar with anime or manga can be weirded out by shows that look like this. And I'm of the personal belief that there is a lot to criticize of the lolly trope, especially when we know when some people have used it to height a specific audience. But between the 50 years of artists, moral panics, internet discourse, and enough academic papers to make me question whether it was going to be even worth making this video, I just realized that the whole lolly trope exists because it can. A cute little girl character is just a simple thing that everyone can get behind. That even the people who are most ardently against the trope have consumed it before. It's just the horrible fact that some people have chosen to take advantage of that in the worst way possible. And while I can't give you an answer more satisfying than that, I can give you context. And context is the closest thing we're ever gonna get sometimes.
If there's no answer, then why make the video? Why did you make the video? For how did it even get that many views? What is President Sunday up to? Power Girl is broken? Oh no. Oh no, wait, hold on. He abandoned Vagabond? Oh no. I am sad. The Slam Dunk author.
Hiatus, a word most manga fans are
Oh
familiar
no.
with. Due to the intense physical and mental demands of creating manga, most series experience a hiatus once or twice during publication, but there are a few series that probably come to mind above all else when the word is mentioned. Hunter x Hunter, Berserk, and Vagabond. While all
I
three
mean,
are
the
known for
Berserk author
extended
just
and
died.
frequent hiatuses, one of them stands out. Hunter x Hunter has spent most of its lifespan on hiatus, but every year or so Togashi releases a batch of chapters. As a matter of fact, just recently he posted a picture of himself working on the manga to Twitter. Berserk also spent many years on and off hiatus, but with Miura's unfortunate passing a few years ago, the reins shifted to Studio Gaga, and they have been releasing chapters more or less regularly ever since. So that leaves Vagabond, which hasn't seen a new chapter since 2015. Takehiko Inoue has finished manga before, massively popular and critically acclaimed ones at that.
Slumdog.
He's also still working on another series, albeit very infrequently, which was last updated as recently as a few months ago. So why has Vagabond, viewed by most as his greatest work, Inoue himself included, been untouched for the better part of a decade? What led to this man practically abandoning his masterpiece? Well, to understand that, we have to go back to the beginning.
I've read Vagabond, by the way. Nice manga.
Inoue was born January 12th of 1967 in Kagoshima, a
Okay, I
prefecture
didn't
Pacific
thought that
of
we would.
Japan's Kyushu Island. From an early age, Inoue was fond of drawing, and he always assumed he would work in some
Didn't think that we would start that far in the beginning.
artistic field, but he was unsure of which direction he would take. Despite reading manga as most kids did, becoming a manga artist would be a thought
Yeah,
in
of
mind
course you
until
can add
years
me to
later.
friends.
It was the experiences he had in high school that eventually led him down this path. In junior high, Inoue would join both the kendo and basketball clubs at his school, the latter in order to
Slam Dunk.
impress girls. Does that sound familiar? Similar to the main character of his manga Slam Dunk, he joined for superficial reasons, but found himself falling in love with the sport and growing immensely because of it. His team was not very good. They lost more than they won, but through all the losses and the occasional wins, he learned many things. He came to greatly appreciate the progress he made with his team, something he would hold on to all his life and eventually put in his manga. This energy was also something he found in a certain manga series. Around this time, Inoue discovered Dokuben, a baseball manga created by Shinji Mizushima. The manga displayed
Slam
Inoue's
Dunk
passion
is
for
great.
team sports, something Inoue himself had just recently developed, and immediately Inoue felt a connection to this story. It's hard to find out much about this series online. All I could find were some scans of the manga as it was originally published, meaning in Japanese. But what I could make out from the illustrations was that a rough, delinquent sort of character rolls into this high school and joins a baseball team. Now, pairing that with Inoue's experience in his high school basketball club, we get a pretty vivid picture of how Slam Dunk was formed, though it would be quite some time before that would happen. Inoue's discovery of Dokuben is almost certainly what set him down the path of becoming a manga artist. It came at the perfect time, a transitional period where he was unsure of the direction he wanted to take with his life. At the end of his senior year in high school, Inoue came to an impasse. He desperately wanted to become an artist, but he felt his skills weren't at a high enough level to pursue fine art.
He's very good
This
at
is
drawing.
a bit ironic looking back because Inoue has some of the most stunning, picturesque art in the medium.
Yeah.
Back then it was a different story. That style is something he would develop after years of experience. Instead of taking any formal art training, save for a prep school course in the summer of his senior year, Inoue went to Kumamoto University to study literature. Now, you may be thinking this is where he developed his phenomenal writing skills, his ability to create intensely emotional characters and philosophical plotlines, but it's not. Inoue dropped out before even completing his first year. You see, while he was studying, Inoue was sending manuscripts to Shonen Jump rookie contests. Within a few months, his work was noticed by editor Taizo Nakamura, who not only encouraged him to continue drawing, but also got him a gig as an assistant on a popular series titled City Hunter, created by Hojo Tsukasa.
Oh, City
It's
Hunter
under
is.
Tsukasa's wing that Inoue would really begin to flourish, spending 10 or so months learning from a bona fide and popular pro.
The following year, 1988, Inoue would submit a one-shot titled K-Day Purple to Shueisha for the semi-annual Tezuka contest, and he'd go on to win the grand prize. This award is a massive step for manga artists, and it served to launch the careers of many of the most successful creators the medium has ever seen. Yoshihiro Togashi, Takeshi Obata, Masanori Morita, Hiroyuki Takei, and of course Inoue himself. Needless to say, the award itself was a huge milestone for Inoue, but the work he submitted was equally as, if not more, important. Sports manga have always been popular, but prior to K-Day Purple there had never been one about basketball, Inoue's most cherished sport. With the major success of the one-shot, Inoue was ready to take on a serialization. Taking all he had learned and using the knowledge that a basketball manga would do well, Inoue began working on Chameleon Jail. I'll bet you thought I was going to say Slam Dunk, and honestly I was a bit shocked to learn of this series too, but Slam Dunk wouldn't start until the following year. Inoue worked as the illustrator alongside Kazuhiko Watanabe on Chameleon Jail, a story about a shape-shifting detective from the end of July to October 16th of 1989. It lasted only...
He actually also made a series about basketball, about people on
Little
wheelchairs.
is known about the creative process behind this obscure manga from the 80s, but based on the following trajectory of Inoue's career, one can only assume the experience on this series convinced Inoue that it would be best to work alone. And boy, was that ever a good decision, because his next work would explode into Japan's cultural zeitgeist and leave an impact
Slam
that
Dunk?
lasts to this day.
For sure, Slam Dunk. Yeah, Slam Dunk. Slam Dunk.
In 1990, Inoue began Slam Dunk. This series combines everything Inoue has learned about manga with his immense passion for the sport of basketball into what is arguably, and you'd have a damn easy time making this argument, the greatest sports manga of all time.
Yeah.
Slam Dunk was a massive success almost instantly. Its eye-catching art and lovable characters grasped audience attention and never let go. Slam Dunk follows Sakuragi Hanamichi, a rather slow delinquent teen who joins his high school's basketball team in order to impress a girl, only he has no skills for the sport whatsoever. As the plot progresses, Sakuragi grows both in skill and as a person, and comes to form indestructible bonds with his teammates. It's an underdog story through and through. Sakuragi's unabating efforts to improve deeply resonated with the Japanese readers. It took only a few months of publication for Inoue to begin receiving letters from fans describing how much they loved the story, and more importantly, how it inspired them to take up playing basketball. Deeply moved, Inoue would pour even more of his heart into the story. 3 years later, Slam Dunk would get a TV anime adaptation, sending basketball's popularity in Japan to the f***ing moon. I could go into much more detail about the cultural revolution behind this manga, but that isn't exactly what this video is about. Still, this is important context for Inoue's career, so let's do a rapid-fire round of facts. Between 1990 and 1995, over 1 million Japanese citizens began playing basketball through high school and recreational leagues. Volumes 21 through 23 shattered the initial book print run with 2.5 million copies each, a record that wouldn't be broken until 2002 by a certain pirate manga. In 1994, the series was awarded the 40th annual Shogakukan Award in the Shonen category.
Yeah, Slam Dunk was a
to stay
phenomenon.
30 years later, the best-selling sports manga of all time with over 170 million copies in circulation worldwide. Slam Dunk was the first manga Inoue put his all into. He pulled things out of his heart and soul, threw them on the page, and sold millions of copies. His deep, intense love for the sport is evident all the way through to the end of the series. and
I
even
like
past
this
into his later
person's
career. It would
amazing,
be
man.
ridiculous to claim that he might have even more passion for basketball than manga. Following the very, very successful years of Slam Dunk's publication, Inoue would launch a short online manga called Buzzer Beater. Again, the story was about basketball. That bug just couldn't escape his mind. He loved it way too much. But it would only last 2 years, 4 volumes total. After Buzzer Beater, Inoue was hardly drawing anything and was seriously considering just ending his manga career. That was when an editor handed him a novel. There was no intention to spark inspiration. He did this simply to help Inoue kill time. That novel was Musashi by Eiji Yoshikawa, a fictionalization of famed philosopher Miyamoto Musashi's life. Inoue cracked the book open, began reading, and was awestruck. His hands started shaking with the desire to draw these characters. Later that year, Vagabond would begin publication. From page 1, the impact Yoshikawa's novel had on Inoue is evident. Inoue said he wanted to draw these characters and this story, but when you read Vagabond, it seems more like he was born to do so. Feudal Japan is illustrated with incredible detail. The series is filled with many stunning illustrations of nature that sometimes
it's
focus
amazing.
on small details, such as a blade of grass or a droplet of rain with precision that seems inhuman. Incredibly, this level of detail would remain throughout the series even after he switched from using pens to brushes for the art. What the brush lacks in control, it makes up for with line fluidity. Inoue's line work is so seamless it almost feels like it's breathing, but somehow Inoue manages to keep the same detail with his brushwork that he had with his pens. How? I couldn't begin to tell you, but why he made that choice? That
I have an
can.
idea.
See, Inoue was inspired by the director Akira Kurosawa, who has such an incredible laundry list that we'd be here for hours if I went through it. But Kurosawa produced the most iconic samurai movies of all time, so naturally Inoue saw it as the gold standard and wanted his work to be reminiscent of it. The switch over to brushes was in order to capture that gritty, dark feeling Kurosawa's films embodied. But reading through Vagabond, it's clear Kurosawa had a large impact on the way Vagabond is laid out. Vagabond, as a samurai story, of course has many battle scenes. Every last one of them is illustrated beautifully and paneled in a way that flows like you're watching a film. Having just worked on a sports manga, something that obviously includes a lot of physical activity, Inoue mastered the ability to accurately depict the human body's movement. Pairing that with the subject matter and inspirations of Vagabond, Inoue created a samurai story Kurosawa himself would have in all likelihood very much appreciated. Inoue had a lot to say with Vagabond. He wanted to cover more complex concepts such as life and death and the human condition, but he also felt that the Japanese people had lost touch with their history. He himself certainly had, so he hoped that he could spark some interest in it through Vagabond. Well, that he certainly did. Vagabond was a massive success. In the year 2000, he won the grand prize at the 4th Japan Media Arts Festival. Later that year, Vagabond won the 24th annual Kodansha Manga Award in the General
I've read
category.
it.
2 years after that, Vagabond won Inoue the grand prize of the 6th
Very
Tezuka
beautifully
Osamu
drawn.
Cultural Award, which is one of the most, if not the most, prestigious award in manga. But before all that, Inoue would start up a second series in 1999, running in tandem with Vagabond. This series was titled Real. It follows 3 high school
Oh,
students.
Real is about the basketball players that are on wheelchairs. Very interesting. I read some of this as well. Real is real, you know?
2 of which are wheelchair bound, who make efforts to better themselves through the sport of basketball. After seeing televised games of wheelchair basketball, Inoue was inspired. He saw these athletes pursuing the sport they and Inoue alike love in spite of their physical condition, and he needed to draw it. Real is an intensely emotional story, one that confronts some of the hardest subjects in life. Characters experience an array of struggles and emotions. They face the fear that they are not enough, question whether they even can be enough because of their disabilities, but continue to try regardless of any of that. Vagabond and Real are both stories that do an incredible job of exploring the human condition, what it means to live, how one should go about living, but they do it from 2 different perspectives. Vagabond is a very solitary story. It follows one man on a self-centered path who through his isolation comes to realize the error in his ways. Whereas Real follows multiple characters who feel limited by their own condition, and it is through other people that they grow. This is speculation, but with what we know about Inoue's life, how he values team sports and the bonds formed from them, it seems likely that Real's way of addressing these topics was more personal and approachable to Inoue. There's also no denying Inoue's love for basketball as a sport. Regardless, both series would continue to be massively successful, winning awards and selling millions of copies, neatly coexisting for over a decade, but I think we all know where this is going. In April of 2009, Inoue was interviewed by Japanese newspaper Nihon Ippon Shimbun. That was very hard to pronounce for me. At this time, both Real and Vagabond were being regularly and successfully published. Inoue tells the interviewer that he suspects Vagabond will end in a year or 2, though he wasn't exactly sure of how it would end. He was certain that the pieces of his story were taking their final positions. The next year, 2010, Inoue reaffirms what he said in the interview, but that summer, Inoue falls ill and both his series go on hiatus. In October, he holds another interview where he states his health is much better and speaks on the state of Vagabond. But you must feel the desire to draw manga though, right? Vagabond in particular. The interviewer asks. I'd reached a point where I wasn't even sure of that. I became unsure of where I was heading, couldn't even remember where I'd started from in the first place. That's how busy I was. I was stuck doing the work for external factors for so long that I'd forgotten to look inside myself. Inoue responds. He then adds, well, speaking in terms of what I want to do, as I said before, I really don't at all have the urge to work on it right now. But I do know that if I don't work on it, I'll be in trouble down the road. And that's basically what was keeping me going until I went on hiatus. I don't think that's a good way of going about it. My hope is to stay away from Vagabond until all those unnecessary worries and emotions are gone, and I'm ready to draw it because I want to draw it. I'm not sure if I'll be allowed to wait that long though. December of 2010, Real resumes publication. Vagabond stays on hiatus. Inoue posts to his blog saying Vagabond will stay on hiatus until he regains enthusiasm for the series. When asked why that is the case and if working on 2 series is so different, Inoue responds, "Totally different. With Real, I almost never worry about trying to do something completely original or express things stylishly, or at least I don't in terms of the artwork anyway. Vagabond is where I try to do new things with the art and draw the best that I can. So in that sense, drawing is pure enjoyment, whereas Real is me drawing squarely within my normal capabilities. It's like I've got 2 different modes. The process is almost like cooking with Real. Vagabond is something more personal. There's no formula. It feels like I'm making something that's not quite manga. Vagabond is almost something like running around a mountain or swimming in a river, and that there are no rules, but I have to use everything I have in me, in every situation, which is also what's so exhausting about it. I've been putting a ton of effort into the whole manga process for Real lately, and I've rediscovered a joy in it that Vagabond never gave me. The joy of manga, and being a professional manga artist. It must be how everyone else feels when they're drawing manga." Inoue seems to see working on Vagabond as a pursuit of perfection, or if not that, then something quite close. He feels this pressure to make it original and as good as it can possibly be. After recovering from an illness, he had no motivation to work on Vagabond because of that self-imposed pressure, but with Real, he felt he could just enjoy drawing manga. It came to him easier, and I think that the content of the story, being basketball, improving oneself through an activity, not only felt more comfortable with Inoue's interests, but with where he was at creatively. He was trying to learn to enjoy drawing manga again, to improve his approach to working on his manga just like his characters in Real. Vagabond would remain on hiatus until
I
March
do like
2012 with the
Real
release of
is
Chapter 300.
real.
All the while, Real would continue its publication with a new chapter every month or so. It wasn't a completely regular schedule, but it was being published nonetheless. When Vagabond returned in 2012, it stayed until 2014, releasing nearly 3 full volumes worth of chapters. In February of 2014, following the release of Chapter 322, Inoue announced the series would be going on a 4-month hiatus for research purposes. That hiatus lasted nearly a year. In January of 2015, Inoue released Chapter 323. In February, 324. March, 325. April, 326. May, 327. And that was the final chapter ever released. At this point, Real also began a long hiatus. No chapter was seen until 2019, and that year saw only 3. Chapters 85 through 93 of Real were published between 2019 and 2021. Chapter 9 was published earlier this year. Inoue's manga all saw great success. He loved the stories he created, so why? It's hard to say why someone does or doesn't do something when you're not that person, but what isn't hard to say is that writing is hard. Writing good stuff is, anyway. Anyone can write some schlock and ship it off to publishers, but that isn't what Inoue has been working with. In his hands, Inoue has a masterpiece. It's clear he holds Vagabond with an extreme level of reverence in his mind, and when both a wide audience and you yourself view the thing you've created as an important piece of art, the pressure is just unimaginable. Based on what he has said, it's clear Inoue refuses to continue Vagabond unless what he creates is absolutely perfect, an ideal that is made all the more hard to obtain by the pressure he puts on himself, one that is also exacerbated by the expectations of millions of fans waiting around the world, an expectation that increases as every single day passes. For Inoue, it is easier to fall back on Real, a story that does not have those personal and worldwide expectations on it, a story he actually enjoys writing, not doing so under the ever-present shadow of perfection like he has to with Vagabond. As consumers, it's easy for us to sit in our lazy boy recliners and complain about the lazy writer. Just draw the manga already, just write Winds of Winter, George. Just get to it, what's the deal? But what we don't see and what we don't understand are the years of effort, blood, sweat, tears, pain, research, dedication that went into building these stories up to how well regarded they are now.
Yeah.
How the fear of not being able to conclude all that in a satisfying way, not even for the readers, but for the sake of the art, for the story itself, is crippling. No amount of reassurance from fans or editors or whoever is going to change the fact that if Inoue isn't 100% satisfied with every last panel, every last line he draws, he is going to regret it for the rest of his life. To you, that might seem a bit overkill, but to him, to anyone who puts their soul into something, that is the bare minimum, and anything less would be a complete disgrace. So to answer the question I asked at the beginning, why did Inoue practically abandon Vagabond? Well, because perfecting your life's work, something many people consider a masterpiece, is the most frightening and daunting task a creative mind can face. It's not pathetic to be afraid in the face of that, nor should he be condemned for it. All artists and writers are people too. That fact doesn't change just because they reach some literary pinnacle. They don't.
So what do
suddenly
you think
become
of my
rabid
comic,
gods
speaking of
capable
which?
overcoming monumental things the average person could not. Inoue is still that same kid, fresh out of high school, afraid his skills aren't good enough to pursue what he wants to do. He's also that same kid that experienced many of his happiest moments of his life on his high school basketball court. Basketball is possibly his biggest passion, and he has a deeply personal ongoing work about it to fall back on when he feels incapable of drawing Vagabond. And that's fine. Does that mean Vagabond will never return? No, absolutely not, and I guess it isn't really fair to say he abandoned it, though that
Lucy,
makes
I
for
like
quite
your
a
comic,
catching
thank you.
title. Last year, with the release of the new Slam Dunk movie,
I feel like
did an
it's
interview in which he commented on the state of
okay.
Vagabond. What he said is that he fully intends to return to the series and in the near future too. Whether that means a year, 2, 5, nobody can tell, but not all hope is lost. He hasn't just given up completely, but he has wavered
It's
under
not
the immense
finished. We
pressure
still
that
have one
comes with
panel left.
creating such a piece of work, which is a very normal human thing to do. So as fans, we should eagerly await the manga's return while showing some compassion for the person behind it.
Compassion is for wimps and communists, so no, thank you. Mark thinks the base don't use the what? It's horrible then. I know. I am a
Coming up to
horrible
stream,
person.
we have Mark. Mark is calling from Pennsylvania to talk about topic number 1, God being real.
Imagine coming
Let's
from
pull him up. Mark,
Pennsylvania.
if you can hear me, please
What a
provide me with your
pervert do you
age
have to
and
be to come from
pronouns.
Pennsylvania?
I am 58. I am a
Oh
him.
no.
Awesome.
I am a him.
All right.
I am him.
Mark, we are looking for theists to convince us that God is real. Do you have any evidence for the Lord?
I do. It's in the pudding.
Can I ask you a question to answer that question?
You could try.
Do you have evidence that he doesn't exist?
Oh my god, I
Well,
heard
I'm
it
not
so
making
many
a claim,
times.
so I wouldn't need that evidence.
I'm not making the claim either, but I would show examples of things like the atom.
You're not making a
neutron,
claim that
proton. We didn't know they existed until recently, but they do exist. I would argue that we don't have enough evidence to prove or disprove there is
So,
a God. So
to be
I
clear,
keep my mind open
Mark,
on the possibility.
to be clear,
Yes.
Mark, you're not making the claim that God exists.
I'm not making a claim he exists or does not exist. I would make the claim there is some evidence that he does exist in
Oh, there's
the
your claim.
fact that some scientists are finding evidence of creation due to the complexity of the universe.
Oh no, the banana fits in
Believing
your
a
hand.
creator, not necessarily a Judeo-Christian God.
I
The
mean,
banana fits in your hand
Like
perfectly.
41% of scientists
sci-
believe there is a creator based
No.
on. I'm sorry.
The banana.
I was just say
everything.
there's nothing about nature that points us. There's nothing about nature which points us to a God. Complexity doesn't mean something's created. That's not how we tell if something's created. Is not by virtue of it being complex.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that either way, but I can only say the number is around 41% or higher of leading scientists around the world are discovering through their research that there is a possibility of a creator due to the complexity of the universe, including DNA.
That was just a very made up number, Mark.
Yeah, a recent poll.
You could look it up if you want. If you want, I could look up some sources on it.
Yeah, a recent poll done by the
But my argument is you cannot prove or disprove there is a God. It's an impossibility at the moment. But it does not mean it eliminates the possibility that a God does exist. Like I said with the atom and quantum mechanics, we didn't know they existed until we did.
According to a recent poll done by the University of Waterloo, largest ever survey of physicists, 68% of physicists believe in a hot, dense state, but which may or may not correspond to a beginning of time. It looks like the majority of physicists don't believe the universe even had a beginning.
Okay, but you said physicists. I said scientists.
Fun fact, physicists
so you're
are scientists.
limiting your data to just physicists.
Well, if we're going to talk about the origin of the universe, you would want to ask a physicist and not a biologist.
Okay, look, the polls I have read include all types of scientists, including DNA, which was important to the study. I don't remember exactly. but there were several that I saw.
Because, like, I don't
And the
care if
number was
scientists
between
believe that a
40
god
and
exists.
50%.
They don't have evidence.
I didn't say a god. I said a creator.
That would be a god.
Would it?
Yes,
Yes.
a creator of the
creator
universe
could
would be
us.
a god.
What if this is a matrix-like universe and we created it, a future version of ourselves, a more advanced version of ourselves? So that eliminates religion altogether.
Well, then I would say we're
That's why I was careful to use the
sundowning,
word creator.
personally.
If we created this world or this universe, let's say in a matrix-type system, we would not be gods.
That would still be a god.
Yeah, I would count that
How
as a
would we
god.
be gods?
Does he have
If
pudding?
you create a universe,
So
I
anybody
cannot
that
afford
creates
pudding.
anything is a god.
Anyone that creates a universe.
I could
If I
only
come up,
afford
let's say I
pudding
come
if
up with an original
I get more
metaphysical
donations.
concept, am I a god? Because I
No, that's not a
created it?
universe.
are you listening, Mark?
So where
I
does
don't think so.
original concepts come from? If you have an original thought, is that not created, something that never existed before?
We said create a universe.
I never said that. I said creation. Because
So you're
somebody
talking
can
about
create something,
but
whether
that
it's a
creation you're talking
universe
about.
or an original
No,
thought.
to be clear, Mark, you made the claim that possibly the universe was a simulation.
guy stinks!
I
made
said
the
that a
claim-
creator doesn't necessarily mean a god.
But it
We
would
can
if it's a
exist
creator
in
of the
another
universe.
place and be.
If something
To
created
make
a
a simple
universe,
point,
then
what
that
if
thing would
we-
be a god.
Okay, it's the create. Can I get it in for a second? If we created a PlayStation 9641 and it allowed our consciousness to occupy what we created inside that PlayStation, will we be gods?
Just a consciousness and not the
Because in a
universe?
sense, we're actually doing that now with PS5. You can
Here-
put on
here,
a
Mark.
virtual
Mark,
reality
you,
set
you're-
and occupy a world.
You could you do you want you
Hmm.
you could do so you
Mark, your creator, did it just create consciousness or did it create the universe?
Mm,
I would say that's just one example. All I'm trying to say is a
Oh
creator
no,
is not a
Mark,
god.
Mark, don't run away, please. Did your creator
I'm
create
not
just
running away. My
consciousness?
original point
or-
was you can't
Mark,
call a creator a god.
Mark, did your creator create the universe? Yes or no?
Uh-huh.
Then it's a god.
If you,
Thank you for that.
okay, that's your opinion, but I
um,
can't agree with that as an ontological truth. That
What's
doesn't
the
make
definition
logical
of God?
sense. I didn't say there was a god. I said there was a creator, and I wouldn't call a
Nope,
creator a god.
Jovan said
The guy
asked
that
you what
invented virtual reality would basically be
Oh
a
my
god. He
gosh.
created a new
No,
world, correct?
Mark.
Virtual world.
What Jovan just asked you is what is the definition of a god?
I would say an omniscient, all-powerful being.
But Zeus isn't omniscience, but they're a god.
Well, he has certain godlike powers that humans do not possess.
Okay, how about a supreme being, creator and ruler of the universe?
That would be one definition.
Okay, that under that definition,
But
the
Zeus,
thing that you're talking about is a god.
Zeus is not a
I think
creator
you're
of the
really,
universe.
really trying
creator.
hard and failing to run away from the fact that you, in fact, do have the burden of proof and you are positing that a god exists. So, what would be the evidence
I
for
don't
this
have
god?
the burden of proof. We both have the burden of proof because neither one of
I'm
us
not
can
making a
prove
claim.
or disprove a god.
We're not making a claim that a creator exists, so therefore we don't have the burden of proof here. You are
Nor are
making
we-
the claim a creator
I know,
exists,
that's
which
why
means
you
you would
worded
need
it
to
the way
prove
you
that.
did. Convince us. You're putting the burden on me, which is
Correct,
unfair.
because you're the one
we-
who's making the claim that something exists. We're not.
I didn't claim something exists. I said the possibility exists.
There you go. You just claimed something
And neither
exists.
one of us can prove the opposite. We can't say there is or isn't a creator or a god
Oh my
because we
God,
don't have
this
enough
is a boring
information. But that's
conversation.
not
Mark,
eliminate
I
the
have
possibility that there is a god or a creator.
Mark, why are you so intellectually lazy? It's unbelievable.
Am
Why are
I?
you ter- yes,
Well,
you
you
are.
have a burden to disprove a god or
I
prove a
don't.
god,
Nope,
and you can't do it.
No,
How
Mark.
do you
Neither me nor
intellectually
Jovan.
prove or
Neither
disprove?
me nor Jovan have made the claim that no God exists.
And I haven't made the claim either. I'm saying it's a silly question because it can't be
Hmm.
proven either way. It's a silly question.
What a
There is no
lazy-
evidence to prove or disprove the existence of a
Are
creator
you
and
Mark? Are
or
you
a
Mark? Are
God.
you really? Are you just lonely? Is that why you called in?
I'm lonely.
No, I'm trying to debate
You're
you in
just
good faith.
lonely, man.
I
Now
don't think
you're
you
attacking
are.
me with ad hominems.
It's
You're
not an
pulling ad
hominem.
homs on me. Now you're
Nope, it's
attacking
not.
me personally
Not an
because
ad
you have no
hominem.
argument to what I just said.
Wasn't an
You
ad
have
hom.
no argument to what I just said. So you're
We've
attacking me
quite
in the first
literally
place.
addressed quite literally addressed your argument multiple times.
Positive, not
You skipped
That's
insulting.
only
over
I'm
one
it.
asking
argument.
if
I'm
somebody is
going to prove
lonely
my
is not
point.
really
I'm
an
going
insult.
to address all your arguments.
We
But
are
you
not
did
making
by
an
the way you
argument.
set up.
You haven't made an argument,
Because
Mark.
it's impossible to make an argument either way. It's impossible to say
No,
there
it
is
isn't.
or is not a God or convince us. I can't convince you. I can't convince you
because you
either
don't have
way.
evidence.
Is there a God or
I was
is
gonna say,
there?
I
If
grant
you
that
had
you
No,
evidence,
you
haven't.
have
you
no
could convince
evidence
us.
either way, but that leaves the
The
door
earphones
open
keep
for
falling out of my
possibility.
ear.
Mark,
Is it
I grant.
logically possible that
Mark,
there is
I
a
grant.
creator?
I grant that you specifically can't convince us because you aren't presenting any arguments, and I don't think you're quite.
Because
I
the
don't think you're
argument
smart enough
itself,
to render an
the
argument for God's
argument
existence.
itself, the argument itself as presented is impossible to answer either way. So what's the point of having a debate if God is real? If it can't be
What's the
proven
point of
either
calling
way.
into a debate show where the topic is convince us if you aren't interested in debating?
That's only one
and
topic. You
convincing
have a
us?
whole list. I had the next one to go to. Do you want to go to the next one now?
Wait, the Christian God is good. So you now you going are you gonna
Yes.
posit that God is good?
I will make that claim that God,
So you do. So you
God's
do believe in a God.
the moral system of the Judeo-Christian religion is logically sound. It's proven in the result of
That's
the
not the
Western
claim.
civilization
That's not the claim that's being
the
made.
best civilization.
That's not the
You
claim
don't
being
think
made.
the West is the most morally
This is the
sound
most
civilizations on the earth?
disingenuous shit I've ever heard. That's not the claim being
Again,
made. It's not
you're
the
not
claim that we've.
addressing my
It's not
argument.
because
I
your
asked
argument
you a
doesn't
question,
address
you
the
didn't
claim.
address it.
Your argument
I
doesn't
didn't
address the
finish
claim.
it. I'm asking you a
Your
question.
argument
Would
doesn't
you
address the
agree that
claim. So
Western
an
You're
irrelevant,
not letting me talk because you have
yes,
no
it's
argument.
irrelevant. No,
You're
because
not
it's irrelevant.
debating in good faith, sir.
Because you're not.
You're not debating in good faith.
Mark.
I haven't finished.
Mark,
How would you know what my
didn't
argument is?
address
Steel man my
the
argument.
claim.
I'm trying to say what my claim is, and I
No,
can't
no,
even
you're
get
not.
that out. You're talking over me.
Mark, we're
Well,
not.
you're
You're
trying.
still.
You're prattling, so I can't get it.
Mark,
You're
you're gonna.
prattling because you
Shit,
don't
what
have
a
an argument.
fucking
You're
lazy
talking
debater.
over me because you don't have
Mark,
an argument. You're
damn,
debating in
dude.
Mark,
bad
you're
faith.
going to
I'm
be the
beating
one
you.
who steel man's our position because you just posited a point that wasn't even on the board. The point on the board is that the Christian God, Yahweh, is good. And that's it. Do you think that
Yes.
Yahweh is good?
I didn't get to finish what I said. I never finished my answer on that.
You know,
So
we
how
wouldn't have
do you know
interrupted you
what
if you
my
didn't
answer
start
is?
with something that was irrelevant.
You're interrupting me because you're not letting me
We're
make
interrupting you
my
because you're
point,
saying
'cause
irrelevant
you
shit.
can't answer it.
I'm interrupting you because you're saying
What's
irrelevant
irrelevant? I'm saying I believe in the Judeo-Christian religion as a moral system, as the best
That's
moral
irrelevant.
system on the planet.
shit. That's irrelevant
How
to
is
the
it
claim.
irrelevant?
The claim is not
If
about
the
the
Chris-
moral
the
system.
claim,
The claim is not about the moral
Okay.
system. The claim is that the
the
Christian
Christian
God,
God is good. Is that not a moral question?
it's a posit about
The
his
Christian
morality,
God
not
is
the
good.
moral system.
You would have
It's a
to
posit
define
on the
what good
Christian
is,
God.
correct?
It's a fuck it. I'm not gonna do this shit, bro.
How do you
This
define
is such
good?
disingenuous, lazy bullshit. Here's what you're
Yeah.
gonna do. Open the
You're not,
dictionary.
you're not
Open the
addressing my
dictionary, Mark.
question. How
Mark,
do you
open the
define
dictionary.
good?
Open the dictionary. Go to the word good and
We're
whatever the
using the
first
dictionary
definition
for the-
is. Whatever the first definition is, that's the one we're gonna use.
No, we don't. Debaters don't use dictionaries. They use
Yes, they do.
ontology.
Yes,
Yeah,
they do.
Okay, ontological definition of what is
How
good.
would you
What is your
how would you know,
ontological
Mark? You're not a
definition of what is
debater.
good?
Fuck, dude. This fucking fucking
Oh,
old
no, I'm
ass
not a debater,
fucking
but you
Phil,
can't
bro.
answer my
Dumb as
question.
fuck.
You haven't
Oh,
answered
God
one of my
damn, Mark.
questions, not one.
Not
Mark,
even a
this isn't your
Philbro.
show. Hey, Mark, do you think this is your show? Do
Yeah,
you think
we're
the
going with
Mark
this
show
isn't
is
your
on?
show thing
Okay,
again.
you're muted, Mark. You're muted because you don't control this shit. Right now, you wanted to talk about topic 2. The point of topic 2 is for you
Oh
to
my
convince
goodness.
us that the Christian God is good.
Oh.
If you can't do that, go somewhere else. You asked us how we're defining good. I gave you how. Open a dictionary, go to the word good. There you go. That's how we would define it here. So either address the point and prove to us the Christian God is good, or go to a different call-in show where you can be a blowhard somewhere else. It's like it's such lazy fucking arguing. And it's what you theists do constantly. You don't have evidence for shit. So instead you try to go, well, because I can't convince you, therefore I must be no, shut the fuck up. And just provide an argument for why the Christian God is good. That's all I want to hear. I don't want to hear shit else out of your mouth. You're going to hear a beep. That beep means you're unmuted. I just want to hear the argument.
I can't make an argument if you won't let me speak.
See ya, Mark.
Man.
Goodbye.
Mark learned a few big words like ontology. He wanted to try it out on the live. It didn't work. I wouldn't even call him a Phil bro because he wasn't engaging in even like rudimentary philosophy.
It's so annoying, dude. Like, like I don't even think he knows what ontology actually means.
No, there's no way. Because
Is
he
that
didn't
over?
write a dictionary.
Oh no, it's over.
Debaters don't use dictionaries.
But the comic that ruined Batman for no reason. All-Star Batman and Robin.
Who's Your
Horrible
Favorite
comic.
Batman is a simple little party game that's fun for the whole family. You can go ahead and play a round or two the next time your internet goes out and you're forced to talk to your family face to face for more than 5 unbearable goddamn minutes. There's a bunch of answers that you're initially gonna get. Kevin Conroy, Michael Keaton, and Christian Bale will most likely be the top answers. The younger Alpha Zoomer commandos are probably going to clamor all over Robert Pattinson because that man will forever have a permanent psychic lock on any woman under the age of 22 no matter how old he gets. And one jokester or two that you know may love the comedic stylings of Adam West's performance more than any of the grimdark modern offerings, and I can't necessarily blame anyone who picks him or Will Arnett for the exact same reason. But you know who no one is going to pick? All-Star Batman, as portrayed in All-Star
And Robin.
Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder. Mostly because,
Yeah,
in the
Frank
wise words of
Miller.
your heavily drunk uncle, no one cares about your weirdo cartoon crap. Get a real girlfriend, why don't you? Which we all know is drunk uncle code for All-Star Batman and Robin sucks, but you don't, my favorite nephew. I love and respect you. Here's $300. There's no better way to explain why All-Star Batman and Robin is just the worst Batman thing ever to exist ever than to read it. I don't have a long rambling history section for context here. All you need to know, and a fact that I really want you to keep in mind as we go through this garbage, is that this comic was written by Frank Miller between
Yep.
2005 and 2008. If
Frank
you have
Miller
any
wrote
semblance
Holy
of knowledge or
Terror.
love for comic books, you know that that's a name with a hell of an impressive rap sheet. Frank Miller is responsible for 2 of the best Batman comics ever, The Dark Knight Returns and Batman No
I'm not a
Way,
big
as well
fan.
as Sin City, 300, and a smattering of a lot of other good offerings. But he's also responsible for a version of Batman so dickish that he has his own separate page on the Villains Wiki that calls him a sociopath with a childish personality who overreacts to everything with extreme violence. And lastly, the other thing that you need to keep in mind is that all of these issues, for the most part, sold well and were within the top 10 comic releases of the month they came out. Issue 1 of this series was the highest selling comic book for months after it came out. So
Oh,
it wasn't
no.
like this was some side series that DC pumped out for cash. This thing was popular and will easily cause intense involuntary vomiting if you bring it up in a comic book store near you. Now, by the way, quick side note, the full title of this series is All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder, which is important to note because there is a second entirely unrelated series called All-Star Batman, just All-Star Batman. I have never read that one, and I have not been told that that one is the worst thing ever, like I've been told All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder is, so we're just going to ignore that other one. For simplicity, whenever I say All-Star Batman, I'm referring to this series we're talking about specifically. So let's just read it already. Let's just get together and read the comic that's 10 issues that are only 20 pages each. It's pretty short. Why am I still standing here? I'm padding the runtime of the video so I can get more of that delicious ad revenue, duh. But now it's time for me to read comic books. Okay, I'm off to do that. We begin with Dick Grayson flying through the air with the greatest of ease because he's a daring young man on the flying trapeze, and smiling gleefully about how much he just really, really loves his parents and how they'll always, always be there to catch him before he falls. But enough dramatic and touching irony. We need boobs, gazongas, mama memories. We need to smash cut to local Gotham reporter Vicky Vale standing in her underwear in her high-end apartment. Vicky does the hilarious and totally not tired bit of ranting about how much she finds Batman to be a nuisance, but thinks Bruce Wayne is the most charming, most charismatic motherfucker to ever live. And the whole time DC Comics makes sure to keep its primary demographic entertained by accompanying this rant with gratuitous ass shots. Oh hey, you know what? Speaking of gratuitous skin exposure, you want to see something fucked up? If I was a woman and did this video would be banned off the platform. But because I'm a man and not doing this in a sexual way, I can sit here fully exposed, flabby body and all. Thanks, incredibly arbitrary censorship laws. Alfred calls up Vicky Vale to tell her to put a fucking shirt on because Bruce Wayne wants to take her out on a date, and we need a fashion montage to drive in just how mind-blowing this is for her. According to an article of 1999's issue of world-renowned multidisciplinary science journal Nature, the average woman in America requires at least 4 to 10 different sexually provocative outfits in order to satisfy the desire and attention-seeking centers in her brain. If she doesn't have these things for prolonged amounts of time, it can lead to violent outbursts, irrational behavior, and even permanent mental disorders in severe cases. I also just made that entire thing
I like
up,
this drawing,
but I'm
actually.
hoping that some guy out there paused
It
the
turned out
video
pretty
right
well.
after I said all that and is now looking for the article in question so he can send it to his girlfriend to explain why she's such a bitch, and it just gets him in a shitload of trouble. What does this have to do with Batman? Nothing really, I just kind of like fucking with people. But I also think that it's important for me to take a break from the Vicky Vale is hot and look how hot she is marathon. Alfred picks up Vicky and tells her date with Bruce is going to be at the circus, whatever. At the circus, Bruce and Vicky take their seats while Dick is performing his trapeze act with his family. But he slips and begins to fall to earth. Bruce tells Vicky to shut the fuck up and stop panicking because he takes notice that even while soaring towards soil, Dick is in control of his situation. Turns out the fall was all part of the act, and we get this page that doesn't really give us the most comforting start to a new Batman arc. This kid's amazing. Yeah, I've had my eye on him for a while. He's something all right. Yeah, this Brad is something. So why have you had your eye on him? I've got an eye for talent. It's a little weird, right? Like just a little weird. Like this page definitely insinuates some pretty unsavory things about Bruce Wayne and is pretty stupid from the Batman angle because if he was already planning at this point to induct him as Robin, he's leaving some mighty tasty breadcrumbs for world famous news reporter Vicky Vale to start gobbling up. But it's okay because the more this guy tells me, the less I know. What doesn't help me at all is that I'm totally gone on him. I'm having a date with Bruce Wayne. Hot
Jesus
damn.
Christ.
Vicky is so crotch wet for Bruce that she's just too woman lust blinded to think about anything else. Not the worst thing I've seen in a comic so far, but already these characters are hinting to me that everyone's going to be a one-note stereotype. Then again, we are only 13 pages in, so let's hold out hope. Maybe it could be good. We all know what happens next. You've heard of Batman and Robin before. Robin's parents are given a rapid-fire lobotomy from the end of a bullet. Bruce immediately realizes that this makes Dick an orphan, and now he's entered Batman's world. Bruce decides to take revenge on the assassin by donning the Batsuit and throwing a Batarang at him mid-chase. Now hang on, pause. Pause the video. You out there probably most likely have seen a good bit of Batman stuff before, right? You can very easily and plainly deduce common elements from Batman's style of detective work between all of his different incarnations. Whether it's comedic Batman, edgy Batman, or anything in between, he has a common set of protocol he follows in pretty much every representation of the Caped Crusader. For example, he pretty much always has the Bat computer, or some sort of high-tech, bordering right on impossibly powerful computer with all the relevant criminal databases in it. So let me ask you, the wise and knowledged Batman fan that you are, a criminal who just shot and killed 2 people is fleeing the scene of the crime, and Batman has chased them down and hit them with a Batarang. What do you think his next move's going to be? Did you guess Batman would apprehend the criminal and interrogate him on why they just randomly assassinated 2 circus performers?
Yes.
Well, you're wrong.
Oh.
Batman is actually, of course, going to have laced his Batarang with snake venom, which is incorrectly called snake poison by the world's greatest detective, so when it hits the gunman, he'll have vivid hallucinations for months straight, making him a near catatonic mess who is utterly uninterrogatable. So then you think, oh, well, that's fine. Batman can just take out the assassin and then identify who he is and work his way up the crime ladder with all the information that he has. But the problem is the gunman is world-renowned hitman Jocko Boy Vanzetti, which would normally give someone a clue as to who gave the order and who he works for, but Batman comments that Vanzetti specifically works for the highest bidder, meaning Batman now has no leads whatsoever. And the primary source of all this violence is currently twitching on the ground with his eyes rolling in the back of his head. Whoa, okay. All right. Okay, sorry. I got a little agitated.
World's
there,
greatest
just a little
detective.
bit. I've been taking baby aspirin every day for years, and I don't have any blood left. Maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit here, pun intended. Maybe Batman's immediate reaction to the shooting being to poison his only lead to make him suffer is, well, yeah, it's un-Batman and pretty stupid, but Batman can have emotional outbursts, especially when it's related to dead parents. And the dude is definitely known for having an anger issue, but he is also very smart. And the reputation this comic has is definitely clouding my judgment. If I saw this in a different book, I'd probably assume the writers just wanted to give the readers a, yeah, take that moment of triumph. But when stuff like this happens in All-Star Batman, I know this is going to be par for the course and things are just going to get worse. Dick is taken very hard into police custody because of course that would happen. But Vicky Vale, world-famous reporter and Bruce Wayne Dick Rider, doesn't trust the Gotham PD to treat him well, so she tries to attend to the boy herself. This results in a cop smacking her in the jaw with a nightstick, which she, in most iterations of Batman, a civilian with no combat experience, shrugs off and uses as motivation to get even more pissed. Like I said before, this comic gets real stupid real quick, and I can't believe I don't even get to take a break for a second because now I have to explain another stupid point that's going to happen, and this one doesn't even have an explanation. Alfred shows up to give Miss Vale a ride, but she commandeers the car to follow the cop car with Dick in it because she suspects that the cops are going to, and I quote, beat the living crap out of that boy. It's really sloppily told, but the only logic I can ascertain here is that the cops are being paid off by the people who killed Dick's parents, and everyone knows about this.
What?
Meanwhile,
What do you
Batman
mean
continues
by?
to monologue to himself as an excitable fourth grader would. I knew these cops would take the boy to the gulch, so I set up my Sonics. Bats like Sonics. They like them a lot. The crooked cops flee, and Batman, now that the crime
dialogue is
scene is
so horrible
completely
in this
clear of
comics,
any
by the way.
hostiles, rams the Batmobile into the car with Alfred and Vicky in it for the sole purpose of making a badass entrance. Whereupon he then hoists Dick up by the collar and convinces him to join his crime-fighting force through sheer intimidation. Okay, let's recap a little bit. That was issue 1. About 20 pages of exposition, a comic made to explicitly retell the origin story of Robin, aka Dick Grayson, and act as a soft reboot introduction to an experienced,
never seen you have a
fully
butt. I have a butt.
operational Batman. In just one issue, Batman, the character we are supposed to see as an effective leader and operator of the greater good, bungles an interrogation just to poison a wanted criminal out of petty revenge, smashes a vehicle the size of an armored personnel carrier into a passenger car containing 2 of his allies, and tries to persuade a traumatized 12-year-old boy into joining his arsenal through sheer militaristic intimidation tactics. In just one issue, we have 9 more to go. Holy shit. Issue 2. Let's just read the intro to set the tone, shall we? From up here, Gotham City is beautiful. Beautiful, like Edgar Allan Poe's sweet Lenore, before her small cough brought a spot of blood to her lip, and the poet knew she was plagued, doomed. There's no sign of the dry rot that eats at the bones of my city. Not from up here. I've just kidnapped a traumatized youngster. Strong boy. For his age, he's damn strong. Dick Grayson, aerialist. 12 years old. Brave boy. damn strong. Not that he's got a
Jesus,
prayer of
I
escaping,
hate
but
the Frank Miller
pretty
repetition of
strong.
dialogue.
Very promising.
Very
He just
Trumpian.
might do. He just might. I gotta move on, man. I just
My
have to
butt
move
is
on.
not
There's
wet.
just so much to dissect on every single fucking page, because every single fucking page has something stupid. Let's be positive. Let's say something to lower my blood pressure a bit. The artwork is fantastic,
Jim Lee.
especially on this page. Take me off the screen just so people can look at this page. Look how Batman's reflected in Dick's pupils, and the color work is phenomenal. I don't, during this review, want to take away any credit from penciler Jim Lee, inker Scott Williams, and colorist Alex Sinclair. They fucking killed it in these books. Everyone else
Miller
should
does
feel
not
bad for
deserve
working
such
on
art.
this. Yes, even the original Batman creators Bill Finger and Bob Kane, you guys should have known this book would have been created 66 years in the future, and you should have just stopped the whole franchise in the 80s. Oh hey, you remember how Batman crashed a fucking tank into a car earlier? Well, Vicky's now got a shattered collarbone from a 100% pointless collision, and Alfred uses his combat medic training to stitch her up until paramedics arrive. While in triage, Vicky flashes back to everything she's seen that night until she remembers the shocking truth. Batman kidnapped that boy. Why? Why is Batman so stupid? He's just making it more and more obvious with everything that he does that his new, suddenly appearing out of nowhere sidekick Robin is Dick Grayson, whenever that eventually happens. More importantly, goddamn, Alfred is ripped as a fucking 60-something-year-old man. These next pages are the ones you've been waiting for. These next 3 pages, which I am just going to read verbatim, are the entire reason I have wanted to review this comic series for literal decades. I have known about All-Star Batman ever since its initial publication back in 2005, and I read bits and pieces here and there throughout my years, but these next moments have been in the back of my mind ever since I started this YouTube channel. I knew it was my destiny to one day show this to an audience of millions of people, and now I couldn't be more proud to do so. Maybe you've read these pages while surfing the internet yourself, seen them in comic book review videos.
Oh yeah, he's gonna call Robin the
Just
Hustler.
floating around on social media
Are
as a
you
Batman
stupid?
shitpost. It doesn't matter how you found it. What does matter is that I'm about
I
to
know
read
the
these,
panel.
and they are incredible regardless of context and how we got here, and we're going to do it together.
Oh no. I remember.
I now present to you the dumbest thing Batman has ever said. Ever. Welcome to my world, Dick Grayson. Bats and rats and warts and all. You poor boy. You poor little bastard. Welcome to hell. Hell, or the next best thing. The gas calms him down in the space of seconds. He won't be having any nightmares. Not the kind that aren't true, anyway. Then he starts fussing. Sleep, kid. Who the hell are you? The gas was supposed to knock him out. His brain ought to be sailing past the moon right now. What's this brat made out of? Sleep. The world I'm gonna wake you up to will be no better than the world you already know. But it'll make a whole lot more sense than the one that did. Once I've put you through holy hell, it will. It'll make sense. A lot of sense. Holy hell, or the next best thing. He's faking it. So sleep tight, punk. Sleep tight, my ward. What's that? What the hell's a ward? Shut up. I'll do the talking here. Who the hell are you anyway, giving out orders like this? What are you, dense? Are you or something? Who the hell do you think I am? I'm the goddamn Batman. Pages like this belong in a museum. We've got the snowflake rainbow explosion, the Mr. Freeze explaining that no gamer can stop him, Superman shaking hands with Jared from Subway, Mephisto asking for Spider-Man's marriage. I don't care. Put this as the main showpiece of the entire gallery of stupid comic book moments. You all out there probably have your opinions on these pages, and I know every one of you, as a distinguished gentleman or lady of exquisite taste, agree with me that they're dog shit. And for a while, I actually kind of struggled on how to explain why, other than the face value stuff. I mean, it's obvious the pages are bad, they're laughably out of character, unnecessarily dramatic, and covered in inappropriately violent subtext, but there's just something here that's like, ugh, you know? It's rare that something, especially as innocuous as a comic book, leaves me at a loss for words, but here we are. There's just an energy to the whole thing that's just slimy. To me, the biggest issue with this whole mess is how incredibly hard it's trying. These 30 or so pages have felt like the authors expected this work to rival Shakespeare. This whole novel of childish Batman and his stupid friends bleeds off the pages with immature short-sightedness and downright hysterical manufactured tension. It's an embarrassing atmosphere of what shouldn't be taken seriously, wrapped up in a blanket of melodrama. It's the product of when sincerity meets obliviousness. It can only be described by one word that I do think is way too overused on the internet, but when it comes from me, it holds all the power and weight of God sinking the city of Sodom. It's cringe. All-Star Batman and Robin is cringe. 8.5 more issues to go. Someone on the Crooked Cops team pulls out a kill order for Batman, and his reaction is cool. Yeah, okay, sure. Batman decides now's the perfect time to be a gigantic asshole again, and he pulls some stunt car driving moves while screaming at Dick, "Hey dude, check this out, aren't I fucking cool?" I also just want to remind everyone that Dick's parents died like 30 minutes ago. Yep. Anyway, you're out of your mind. You're nuts. Nuts? You want to see nuts, kid? I'll show you nuts. After Batman awkwardly unzips his pants, he continues to fuck around with Dick, culminating in flying away in the Batmobile transformed into the Batwing, presumably killing like 5 cops in the process because Batman's never had a thing about killing in his 80+ years of adventuring. Dick Grayson, being an absolute stupid moron, begins to finally grieve over the loss of his parents, and Batman appropriately backs him across the face for it. Batman foolishly begins to maybe feel some sort of regret over what he's doing, but he psychs himself out of that sort of talk by reminding himself that nothing matters except the mission. The downright cheesy, eye-rolling inner monologues continue, and by that I mean they never stopped at any point, because it's the writer's cheap attempt at adding emotional weight. Before Batman explains what in the hell is going on, which first boils down to what the NWA more eloquently explained to us back in 1988. Fuck the police. And then Batman's all like, "Anywho, now that that's done, I'm fighting crime in Gotham because Gotham fucking sucks. Do you want to help?" And Dick, despite this PTSD soup that he's had to swim in and drink up all night, says, "Yes, sir." This comic book baby should have been thrown out with the bathwater, and the only infantile saving grace is that it's directly tied to Batman. Besides the fact that I expected hot diarrhea art and instead got something astounding, I could easily see this immediately being discarded into the who cares bin and becoming a classic just for people who like following bad media. More like The Room, but, you know, less Rocky Horror Picture Show. Not from endearment, but from laughing at. A classic for entirely unwholesome reasons. I mean, fuck, man, I forgot how bad this really is from what I remember of it. I remembered it was bad, and I distinctly remember some standout moments.
Now the drawing
from it,
is finished. How do you like the comic?
Really sinking in how terrible this is on every conceivable level of the written prose. God, I need a drink. A drink of pure delicious H2O, that is. I know that when my blood turns into black bile from pure seething rage and my insides twist into balloon dog style knots from all of the memory repressing that I'm doing, I don't want to pollute my system any further with all sorts of miscellaneous crap. I just want some crystal clear water. And that's why I drink
Vagabond was better. I'm not
this
gonna argue with that.
extremely shiny bottle that I'm going to show to you on camera, even though the lights are basically going to solar
Why
flare
are you
out of
being
oblivion.
mean to me?
Air Up's proprietary water bottle flavors water through your sense of smell. Smell and taste have an incredibly strong link, almost as strong as peanut butter and You get the point. Air Up system is so easy, even a kangaroo rat could figure it out. A kangaroo rat is a small rodent who lives in the desert and gets their water almost entirely from the seeds that they eat. Now that bit of trivia is almost
Call
as
to
interesting
action.
as the Air Up water
I
system. Just
hope
pick your scent
you'll
pod.
see
For this
you.
video, I'll be using peach, because whenever I visit your mother, I could eat a peach for hours. Put the pod on the bottle, then lift it up to activate the flavor, and slurp away. Since I know you all love watching me drink so much, you'll love clicking the link in the description to get one of the limited edition bundles, perfect for holiday gift giving and to save up to 30% off. The holiday season is almost here, and it's the perfect gift for your family and friends to get flavor blasted right in the brain thanks to a catapult of delicious sensory overload. Air Up is a delightful way to stay hydrated and makes the perfect holiday gift, and it's unlike any other water bottle ever made before, at least until the year 2099, when the world's first steam-powered water bottle will be invented. Click the link in the description to get one of the limited edition
what should
bundles
I say
perfect for
here?
holiday gift giving, and to save up to 30% off. Air Up, breathe deep, and suck up some flavor. Anyway, Issue 3. We now jump across town to a seedy bar where Black Canary, another crime fighter in Gotham, is bartending for some reason. I'll tell you why she's bartending. It's so we can get way too many fucking pages of men catcalling her in the bar so we can really play up the fact that Gotham is full of horny men with big wieners. Now, the one that makes me laugh, though, on these pages is the incredibly poorly aged catcall of, "Tweet for me, honey, baby." See, in my mind, I immediately registered that as this guy is lusting so hard that he wants Black Canary to hop on her computer, log into Twitter, and post how much dick she can swallow and unbirth, all in the eloquency that 280 characters can allow. After a scene that goes on for way too long, featuring a ton of repetition of the same phrases and the Shakespearean line of, "She's got the mouth, damn she's got the mouth," Black Canary kicks a dude in the face for trying to grab her ass. She then extends this justified punishment into ass-whooping a large handful of patrons in a bar for catcalling her, and I'm gonna assume a good handful of them didn't do anything wrong at all. But it's entirely justified, entirely within her right, and I stood the fuck up and clapped when I saw this part, because I knew this independent woman who don't need no man had a great reason for doing all of this. And it turns out that reason is a single, solitary man who's got her thinking all different despite having never met her. Okay. I too am a single solitary man who started a trend of thinking differently, because I used to think that this comic, although poorly executed, knew how to construct a coherent narrative, but now we've spent literally half of issue 3 on a worthless set of pages propagandizing nothing more than an out-of-nowhere female empowerment fantasy. What the hell does this have to do with Batman? Oh, wait, hang on. Black Canary has to force feed a man his wedding ring real quick. What the hell does this have to do with Batman? The only thing that's happened is Batman's sheer existence is what caused Big Titty Bartender to break bones in her tavern of barbiturates. We now have a whopping 25% left of issue 3 to wrap everything up, and I think it's Stan Lee's ghost reaching out from beyond the grave to play one last prank on DC Comics by making prolific comic book reviewers such as myself witness these next pages, because out of context, they're just hysterical. I've kidnapped a traumatized youngster and drafted him into my holy war.
Holy war.
I chose him with care. I did my homework. Dick Grayson, age 12, aerialist, the best I've ever seen. Top of his class in just about every school his roving circus life took him to. Made black belt a few weeks before he turned 9. He's got the chops, if any kid his age could have them. If. Aqualung. Very good, sir.
He looks like a
Aqualung.
psycho.
What the hell are you talking about? Excuse me? We're going straight down? I mean, like, we're aimed right at the ground. Like, instant death.
I hope to hell I know what I'm doing. I chortled when I read these pages. It was ugly laughter at its finest. I sounded like a hyena who swallowed some bagpipes. Even for the time period running alongside Batman Begins and the upcoming Dark Knight, two Batman movies that helped popularize a shift toward darker, edgier blockbusters, these scripts feel like an out-of-control freight train of ideas. Each page of All-Star Batman and Robin is like someone found a way to load chaos into an AK-47 and rapid-fired it into a Fast and the Furious movie directed by a meth addict. There's just always, at all times, something high-octane stupid happening. I hate it, but I do love it. I always wrap back around to hating it, but I love it, but I still hate it. This isn't, say, Mad Max or John Wick, where being grandiose is the flavor atop meaningful character actions and plots. This is a 12-year-old boy's art class journal in a Batman costume. You still haven't told me what a ward is. Shut up. So what do you call this thing anyway? The Batmobile. That is totally queer. Shut up. Do I even have to say anything at this point? Fuck. Okay, yeah, I do. Do you remember how I said that Batman abducting Dick Grayson in the most obvious way possible is just gonna come and bite him in the ass? Well, now it's front page news of the Daily Planet. Gee, when Batman shows up later with a new Boy Wonder sidekick, I wonder who the fuck it could be. Also, this really pisses off Superman for some reason. Issue 4! Vicky Vale's dying in the hospital. It's brutal and horrifying. Anyway, back to Smiling Batman.
What?
They recycle the, Earth to Batman, we're about to go splat joke, and Batman does his bid in environmental conservation as he recycles his routine of being a needless asshole. Now comes the part where you're supposed to sympathize with Batman's decision. He says he would have recruited Dick years in the future when he was a true man, but the fact his parents were killed that night made him operate way ahead of schedule, since him being at the circus makes him responsible for Dick's parents' death. Don't you feel sorry for Batman now? What do you mean, no? That's weird. I couldn't possibly understand why. Oh, wait, we missed one. Batman immediately tells Dick to shut up again on the next page. This comic's gonna snap my cerebellum. This page right after that is a glorious, incredible shot of the Batcave. This book is so all over the place, you may as well make it star Carmen Sandiego. And now, as quick as he can before the FBI raids his house to confiscate his hard drives, Batman gets into a dick measuring contest with a 12-year-old boy. Pretty cool, huh? What do you say, Junior? Is this cool or what?
What the fuck?
I guess it's okay. I mean, I've seen better, but
I don't think I like this kid. Not one bit.
What the fuck?
Like my Batcave. Oh, he fucking put so much work into it. He's a no good meanie. I'm gonna tell the teacher on him. I've got such cool stuff in my Batcave. I've got a big penny. I've got a butler. I've got an Xbox and a PlayStation. But Dick doesn't like it. He's a jerk. Boop, 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 boop. Shut up. There must have been a memo flying around the DC offices in 2005. I was not aware that Batman was going to be given a new signature catchphrase. Cosplayers across the world from this point are going to don the cape and cowl at their local Comic-Con, and when asked if their picture can be taken, they'll respond with the Dark Knight's signature catchphrase. Shut up. Alfred calls Batman to inform him that Miss Vale's condition is looking bleak and her chest cavity has been completely shattered, which leads to my favorite part of every video that I always do, Batman Trivia! I've been doing it for years. Every video, every single one, it's got Batman Trivia. If you were a billionaire with an entire dedicated R&D department, a genius level IQ, and an Olympic athlete level of fitness, what would you do in this situation? Is it A, feel remorse that throughout your carelessness and disrespect for your position, you crippled an ally who in all likelihood will not survive? You do everything you can to help her in her time of need and use it as a good teaching lesson for your new partner that this job is dangerous. B, utilize your godlike potential and create a better plan that prevents you from boneheadedly smashing your civilian tank into one of your only loyal friends and a reporter who can make this scandal international news, thus nullifying this scenario from ever happening. Or C, yell at your most trusted ally to immediately get a world-class heart surgeon in from Paris and act like that solves everything somehow. When he says he'll never make it in time, push the blame of Vicky Vale's death onto Superman if he's too busy to help you. If you chose C, congratulations! You've been paying attention to All-Star Batman, and we're very proud of you. At this point in Batman canon, Batman and Superman aren't allies, and Batman has figured out that Superman is Clark Kent. Information which he uses to piss off Superman for seemingly no reason. So now we have an explanation as to why Superman was so upset at Batman kidnapping a child earlier, and that explanation is, there is no explanation. Jesus fucking Christ. Finally, for the first time in about 50 pages, a moment of calm washes over the scene, which Batman uses as his way to reminisce about his mom having rockin' tits. No, I'm half kidding.
Dick says he wants somewhere to change and wash the blood off his clothes, and Batman uses it to remember how his parents bled on him when he died. This may be overthinking deep into the comic book Illuminati conspiracy town, but I kind of want to believe that the writers put that line in there about Bruce's mom's breast so that they could cram another iota of sexual content into this series.
Oh my God.
Maybe not, but with how crass and blatantly fucked up this comic run is, I would not be surprised if that were the truth. But enough emotions. Those things are for women. Batman composes himself and goes to work, leaving Dick to ask the same question the audience does. What the fuck is he supposed to do now? Batman suggests taking a shower. Dick is told to spend the night in the cave eating rats and bats, and finally manages to fall asleep in between crying and freezing to death. Somehow this doesn't convince Dick to respect Batman, and confusingly just makes him hate Batman even more. That's so weird. And then, incredibly, Superman says a bad word while running a car across the ocean. He could have just grabbed the dude and flew him to Gotham, which would have been way faster, but whatever. Batman beats up the crooked cop and finds out the scoop on Jocko Boy, the hitman who killed Dick's parents. Turns out the entire system is rigged to get him to walk due to lack of evidence, which... Huh? What the fuck do you care, Batman? No, seriously, that doesn't matter at all. Number one, you specifically said in the first issue, Jocko Boy is a hired gun who works for the highest bidder. Why does it matter if his trial's rigged? Certainly, yes, in general, Batman would take issue with something like that, but this entire mystery so far is why he killed Dick's parents. You're not going to ask the cop who he's working for or anything of consequence? Number two, you turning the guy's brain into an absolute soup is a gross misuse of force and abuse of due process. Him getting out of jail wouldn't even pose a significant problem, even if he was the criminal mastermind at the top. Let's say you did circumvent your no-killing law and lobotomized a supervillain like Bane. I don't think he'd be much of a tactician enemy anymore. And number three, how is this info remotely helpful? Are you planning to ambush him once he's out of police custody? Why are you getting info on a guy you intentionally let get away because you dismissed him as insignificant and you already knew exactly who he is? These are strangely specific problems to deal with that you caused, Batman. This series is great at making Batman look like a child, a terrorist, a psychopath,
yeah,
and a douchebag, but now it's succeeding in making him look downright stupid. That takes commitment. Props to you, All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder. You fucked up so hard that you're now inventing your own category of garbage. Dick wakes up in the cave and notices somebody is taking care of him while passed out. There's some fast food on a tray for him, he's been wrapped up in a blanket, and he's now wearing some pajamas, insinuating whoever did it to him either saw or got uncomfortably close to Dick's dick. It was Alfred, of course, because contrary to everything this book wants to establish in its characters, humanity has evolved to feel empathy, and a few rare few are destined to pass that trait along to the next generation. Alfred is 1 in a million, which means Batman has to throw another temper tantrum because that's not how I did it, Alfred. Alfred rightfully tells Batman to calm the fuck down, and Batman remarks how somehow Dick not being tortured into being a superhero will ruin his ability to fight crime forever. And here it is. This right here is the moment all the pieces fall together. I now get it. The big old aha light bulb flipped on my head. And I'm sure a lot of you figured this out emotionally, but haven't put the idea into concrete thoughts yet.
Yeah.
So let me spell out for you how catastrophic this comic has finally become. The only moment of catharsis in this entire comic has been Alfred telling Batman to tone it the fuck down. Batman is the bad guy, and a real bad one at that. I don't sympathize with his plight. I don't see his actions as the greater good, and I sure as shit am not excited to see where he's going with all this. I feel bad for Dick. I feel worse for Vicky Vale, and I'm rooting for Alfred. You can write some very compelling stories by questioning the morality of Batman, especially when viewing his place among leagues of literal god figures as a man on a citywide scale revenge quest. But this comic doesn't do that. It doesn't even remotely feel like it's trying to do that. This comic wanted to make Batman tough and intimidating and willing to make the hard choices to get the job done.
How do you like the comic, by the way?
Instead, it makes him unlikable, overly brutal, and too impulsive to qualify to do any of this. It takes that package and wraps it all up in a story that takes place before he's won over the hearts and minds of Gotham and his fellow do-gooders. What you get when you do that is you've created a character that no matter what he's doing is going to come off as in the wrong and fighting for no reason. In other words, fuck this guy. Issue fucking 5, and look at this cover and tell me my analysis is wrong. I dare you. And now it's time to sharpen another character, because the most prominent thing that this comic and the machete I'm gonna cut my own head off with have in common is that they are both edgy. Wonder Woman's here, and her hobbies include complaining about men in 8 separate text boxes and calling one who's obviously innocently afraid of her a sperm bank. Yeah, like a superhero would. If I was a plucky young little lady reading Batman for the first time, I'd certainly continue reading knowing the only 2 female superheroes showcased so far are an emotionally
Sperm bank.
unstable violence addict who's set off by a man and a woman whose entire introductory page is spent talking about men. Women, they're secretly always
sperm
just
bank.
thinking about men. And goddamn it, I was kidding, but the next page is Wonder Woman bitching about how much she hates Batman, so let's just skip it. Turns out there's a secret meeting of Wonder Woman, Superman, Green Lantern, and Plastic Man, and they're all
Why are they so bitter and angry and awful? Jesus Christ. Good comic, thank you. I hope you're not referring to All-Star Batman and Robin.
all there to discuss how much of a problem Batman and his radical methods are to their image and line of work. And this plot is just so fucking stupid because all it would take to stop them is Wonder Woman or Superman flying to Gotham, waiting for him to show up and punching a hole through his chest. The end. Have you seen how out in the open he's operating? He did donuts in the fucking swamp parking lot for an hour just to scare a child. This is child's play for you guys to have handled by now. They all argue about how stupid this all is, and Superman steals Batman's signature catchphrase of "shut up." All I got for this one.
Why is everybody so bitter and just miserable? Superman saying shut up like this, being so miserable.
I mean, Batman saying shut up I can see, especially when he's trying to intimidate. I can also see Superman saying damn when he's panicked or stretched thin, but Superman saying shut up just feels so...
out of character.
So...
wrong.
This is an official DC written product, and they don't even understand their flagship characters. It's really
Embarrassing.
ignominious. Wonder Woman is still new to the Earth
Wait, what?
characters. It's really ignominious.
Oh, ignominious. Deserving of causing public disgrace.
Wonder Woman is still new to the Earth realm during this time frame. She suggests that the Justice League cut Batman's head off to show that they don't fuck around when it comes to rogue
No, it's
superheroes,
not.
which you would think is an appropriate punishment
Stop
for
mocking.
Omega Eugenics Man, the universe's most evil dictator, and not an appropriate punishment for a rogue agent with questionable methods, but hey, you do you, role model superhero from a team made of shining beacons for all humanity? Now it's Superman's turn to yell like a super child, and he uses his super breath to super scold Diana like a Pokemon trainer who caught his Growlithe shitting on the carpet. Diana responds with a classic, "You bastard, I hate your guts," and then the two promptly slap fight each other while saying, "You stop it. No, you stop it. No, you stop it. No, you started it. I'm telling Mom." Well, I'm telling Dad. Until Plastic Man stretches in and says, "Okay, you two, that's enough. We're supposed to be a team. Now kiss and make up." And then they start making out, and Wonder Woman says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I love you, Superman." And Superman says, "Oh, no, I'm sorry. I love you, Wonder Woman." And then Wonder Woman's like, "Kiss me."
Really?
And Superman's all like, "Oh yeah, Diana, kiss me good."
Well, actually,
and then they.
I think that's actually close
Okay,
to what
no,
happened.
I'm just kidding around. Except I'm not fucking kidding. This comic was written by a 5th grader. That's all the evidence I need, baby. Oh, hey. Wonder Woman steals Batman's signature catchphrase of "shut up," and the narrator can't help but remind the audience that one day these fine fucks will form the Justice League. But that can't happen until Batman plays ball. Why at any point Superman didn't fly in and speak to Batman well before any of this happened is another question I'm going to put directly on the pile of reasons this story can be directly linked to the 2008 housing crisis, and we'll discuss it another time. But for now, I have to read page 9.
Oh my god.
I love being the goddamn Batman.
What the fuck?
I want you to imagine that your parents have been violently killed in front of your eyes. Imagine you've dedicated your entire life to righting the wrongs that brought your childhood to a screeching halt. I want you to come up with whatever scenario you can that would logically get you over that to the point that you'd be giggling about it all like a school child. I know this panel's not another psychological dick torture or fake out or anything. He's running across rooftops just working himself up over how cool he is. We've gone beyond beating a dead horse and now we're dining on its delicious horse steaks, but I just want to say this point again. This writing is way off when it comes to any level of poignancy and depth. Think how much untapped potential this story has while working with a largely nuanced character like Batman. The angle of mental damage and scars on him has been explored before, and you could so very easily do that here. Batman is torturing Dick and acting like this because he still hasn't fully processed the trauma of his parents' demise. There you go. Alfred could explain his objections beyond "stop making the 12-year-old eat rats" and grow them into harsh reality checks and emotional reinsurances by saying, "Doing this isn't going to bring back your parents, Master Wayne." The writers think Batman is cool, so they want Batman to tell us that he knows he's cool. So that way all this unnecessary violence and brutality is somehow justified. Batman can be written for 14-year-old boys, but he shouldn't act just like them. It's even punctuated with this out-of-nowhere full-page spread of a nice convenient hero pose Batman. I used to have objections to this guy operating with almost identical conduct to that of the Joker, but now that I know he's having a good time, I'm cool with it. Okay, wait. I wrote that line just before reading the next page, and when I said Batman is operating with conduct identical to the Joker, I was fucking kidding. But you want to know what happens next? Do you want to know what happens on the very next page? Batman leaps off the building to detain some thugs mid-mugging, and he startles them by laughing at them the entire time that he's falling. Stealth is a vital part of Batman's arsenal. Batman does what Batman does, snapping one of the thug's arms in the process. My arm, my hand! Why can't I feel my hand? Oh my god! Why can't I feel my hand? It's called a compound fracture, rapist. It'll never heal. Not right, it won't. Not nearly right. You'll remember me every time the air goes wet and cold. Arthritis, punk. It'll hurt like hell. I actually like this panel. It's, of course, absolutely vicious, but this is the first time the entire comic book feels in character for Batman. It's arguably over the top, but in this story where we're not afraid of violence, the line's actually pretty fucking good. Give 1 point to All-Star Batman and Robin, which will put its current score at -216. Batman continues to beat on the goons, and the woman he just saved, who by all normal human accounts should be utterly terrified, begins to instead have an orgasm. Good girl. You go home now. Terrified on the goons, and the woman he just saved, who by all normal human accounts should be utterly terrified, begins to instead have an orgasm.
Oh my god. What a comic book.
Good girl. You go home now.
Good
Get your
girl.
cab on Novik. It's well lit. Call your shrink if you've got one. But don't call any cops about all this. They're useless. They're worse than useless. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I love you. What the fuck?
I love you. Nope. Nobody loves anybody, my darling. We just survive. Fuck. Me, Batman, don't call the woman a good girl. That's just as creepy as the dudes who wanted to assault her. And
This is a real comic. This is a real comic. Oh my god, this is a real comic book.
woman, you call these men an ambulance. Batman has no fucking idea whether or not those concussive head wounds he just inflicted will turn fatal. And comic writers, if I ever see you use the phrase "nobody loves anybody, my darling, we just survive" ever again,
Nobody loves anybody, my darling. We just survive. Oh my god.
Normally, I'd threaten to beat you with my shoe, but you guys seem to get off on violence, so I'm gonna smother you in kisses instead like a cute golden retriever puppy. And I warn you, I'm a great kisser. Time for me to shake my head in disappointment again, because the next page contains an image I've seen many times before. It's one of my all-time favorite Batman illustrations and a commonly used key art piece for him as well. Here it is in the Batman card from the DC deck building game. I'm ashamed to see it in context because out of context, it's a fucking gorgeous piece of art. In context, it's some glitters sprinkled on a turd pile. Batman then proceeds to think storms are cool, and this whole issue, besides
Another storm. Cool. 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 Another storm. Cool.
meeting the Justice League has entirely been filler, including Dick finding a battle axe in the Batcave, which is so radical it makes him forget that his parents died only 12 hours ago.
Cool. What the fuck?
So let's skip it. Issue 6, and I hate how long this is taking. Behold, Barbara Gordon, age 15, will now be joining the story. Things may get a little confusing because Gordon's wife and his daughter are both named Barbara, so for simplicity, we will call his daughter Batgirl, since that's who she's going to become. And since she's a woman, I don't even want to begin to describe what I think is going to happen to her knowing the tone of this story. Batgirl eavesdrops on her dad's phone call, which the book makes sure to point out is with a woman he'll likely cheat on his wife with, which is blindingly inconsistent. Earlier in the story, Batman specifically hints that Jim Gordon is the only trustworthy cop in Gotham. Now we need to know, for seemingly no reason other than to cast shade on him, that Gordon chats regularly with a woman he'd rather be banging than his wife. Cool, dude. Good job making every character unlikable. And good job again contradicting yourself by labeling him a good cop in his introductory panel. Excuse me, I have to go vent my anger. The scales of justice are always known to be balanced, and that applies to the justice readers deserve when consuming good writing. Tipping the scale towards the shitty end, we've got swearing now, which I'm surprised didn't start with issue 1.
Just did a little shopping, daddy, clothes and stuff. With that part-time job I got myself. Got my own money to spend now. See ya. Never have a detective for a dad. Unless you're really good at bullshitting him. You're always wearing a smile when you're bullshitting your dad.
But it's going to be very, very relevant later. You should get excited for this plot twist, folks. I'm going to see you in issue 10. But for now, we've got to call out another part that I like, finally bringing a second smile to my face while reading this canker sore of a comic book. Yeah, this Batman. The media's having a field day. All that stuff about that kid he's supposed to have kidnapped. First off, I'm not buying that.
Maybe we'll play the Batman game sooner or later.
If you do anything of the sort, I've got a whole different problem with the goddamn Batman.
Why do they keep calling him the goddamn Batman?
I'm a sucker for a good callback, and the goddamn Batman callback here is good. I'll even ignore the fact that regardless of his intentions, Batman totally 100% did kidnap Dick. Sure, he saved him from police brutality, but he's explicitly holding him hostage in the Batcave, so, you know, whatever. Batman's so cool. God, I love when Batman himself commits crimes. And that's because I myself am about to break the law, because I'm normally illegally forbidden from reading page 7 of this issue due to a self-placed restraining order, because it overuses the cute goddamn Batman callback by shoehorning it in 3 more.
Oh no. Goddamn Batman is what he's turned into, what he's become. The goddamn Batman has become the goddamn urban legend. And he's inspiring copycats.
Times in 1 page. Oh, also, Batgirl's a secret Batman fanatic and made herself a custom batsuit and says the word shit again and then goes,
I'm really good at bullshitting my dad. And I look
out
awesome.
to fight crime. Good for her. I was beginning to get too close to drinking the bleach in my laundry room, so it's nice to see something actually fun and uplifting in All-Star Batman and Robin for a change. Jimmy Olsen's introduced, and he races to the hospital to deliver some requested information to Vicky Vale. And there's a cute gag with his gift of flowers being totally overshadowed by Bruce Wayne's gift of flowers, and
Well, for Jimmy, somebody else brought a heck lot of more flowers, like from all over the world. Someone with a one heck of a lot more money to
I'm gonna
spend.
ignore it because I don't at all trust this comic when two good things happen back to back. Vicky's probably gonna snap Jimmy's neck and leave the hospital disguised in his skin or something. Point is, Jimmy being a journalist for a major newspaper means he's able to download extensive files on the Flying Graysons, Dick Grayson, and Batman, and now Vicky Vale has that scoop in her back pocket. Meanwhile, at the docks, Black Canary is looking for a seller of stolen goods. We establish this within half a page, but then spend 2 more pages doing the thing we already did previous with Black Canary, flipping the fuck out and being hit on and then using it as an excuse to hit the spinal cords of every man in the immediate vicinity. Then we flash back to 5 minutes ago. Batman's also at the docks because he's waiting to ambush Jocko Boy, the assassin of Dick's parents from a few issues ago. And again, if Batman actually wasn't an immature jackass, he would have gotten the info he needed days ago, but I'm not gonna get too angry about it because this scene gives us this incredible line. A guy like Jocko Boy Vanzetti always makes me want to get some crippling done. God, I wish that line was in the Arkham games. I mean, just once, I want to hear the late, great Kevin Conroy say that iconic Batman line. That always makes me want to get some crippling done. That is kind of a funny coincidence. The only place I've seen Batman act like more of a clueless buffoon than this is in the Arkham games. In fact, the dumbest I've ever seen Batman is when I played Arkham Asylum for my new gaming channel, Hugbee's Gamer Mode, which I'll go ahead and link in the description. Here's a funny clip from me and my pals playing Arkham Asylum that'll make you want to watch the rest of the entire channel. So it's like you can poke in different directions and... Anywho, once Hugbees finishes his blatant obnoxious self-promotion, Batman does his dumb as fuck laughing routine again, followed by a quip that if sprung from the mouth of 60s Batman would be stirring and exciting. But here it's just so gosh dang lame. Excuse me, goddamn lame. I have to keep with the running joke in the book. Blag! Blag? What's with Blag? I'll give you some talking to do, Jocko Boy. Home reaction was expected here. Did the DC bigwigs expect the readers to stand up and cheer and give a rounding rouse of applause for Batman childishly mocking a criminal? Also, for some reason, this part had to be told out of order, so now we can flash back to the present of Black Canary fighting some men. There's no dramatic tension or storytelling elements added at all by having the Batman scene be a flashback, so just keep in mind that the writers are throwing darts at the elements of storytelling guide sheet and using that as inspiration for how to change things up. Batman comes in to rescue her so he can come in her for the rescue later. The goddamn Batman line is now being so reused that I have a feeling it's a big meta inside joke by this point, which ruins all the fun that the line had without taking away from how awkwardly terrible it is. The end. Issue 7. Batman's plan for assaulting a group of armed criminals is to do his frankly attention-grabbing laugh routine while kicking one in the face. No smoke bomb, no weapon disarming, no stealth takedowns one by one, just a kick and him going ho 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 so well that all the other baddies cower in immediate and paralyzing fear, which cascades into the most confusing line of the entire story, and probably the most confusing line I've heard in a comic book. I even googled this specific sentence to see if I'm missing some turn of phrase here. I don't know if it's a typo or if this is what it's supposed to be. Batman screams, "You don't know from screwed, you losers." What does that mean? This isn't engagement baiting, I'm serious. Please let me know in the comments if you have any fucking idea what this phrase means, because I certainly don't. I don't even know what the phrase could mean if it's a typo or some 2005 version of autocorrect. The best I can piece together is he was supposed to say, "You don't know you're screwed, you losers," but "you're" and "from" are in pretty different places on a keyboard, and conceptually, they seem like hard words to confuse with each other. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, I just realized I've become so used to this comic's laughable dialogue, I'm ignoring the fact that Batman is yelling playground insults at his prey in another bid to prove that he's not Batman, he's just Spider-Man wearing the cowl. Batman notices the gang is now afraid and shooting haphazardly all over the place. They hit a shipping container of bleach bottles, which gives Batman an incredible idea. They're shooting scared. They're shooting stupid, killing their own. Life is good. Let me take you to school, suckers.
What the
In chemistry. It hurts! hurts! You don't know from hurt either, you wads. Oh my god! And so's this boy of mine. Black Canary, witnessing people having bones forced out of their skin and people being set on fire, does the natural thing any woman would do according to this comic book written by a college fraternity. Her pussy splashes the bottom of her leotard so hard that she has no choice but to make out with Batman right the fuck now. Black Canary and Batman then proceed to have sex outside on the wet wooden dock in the middle of the freezing rain next to the unconscious bodies of mangled gangsters who are currently burning alive. Batman manages in one singular panel to most likely break his one consistent code of ethics and somehow get a full erection when his testicles must be swimming inside his body cavity from the cold. Need a ride home? In this rain, you'll freeze yourself to death on that Harley. What? You've got a car? You're the goddamn Batman and you need yourself a goddamn car?
Oh
Not
my
one
God.
word. I've taken enough grief about calling my goddamn car the goddamn Batmobile. I'm the goddamn Batman and I can call my goddamn car whatever the hell
What? Ah. This is too much. This is too much.
I want to call it. Stop! Just stop! It's not funny anymore! Let's get you home. It's almost dawn. Sometimes I hate the sun. Okay, now it's funny again. Should it ever cross your mind, if I may be so bold as to ask B? Batman screams,
Wait,
or
what?
whatever the hell I want to call it. Stop! Just stop! It's not funny anymore! Let's get you home. It's almost dawn. Sometimes I hate the sun. Okay, now it's funny again. Should it ever cross your mind, if I may be so bold as to ask, does it ever occur to you that perhaps you could find some wee benefit from speaking to a person or two now and then? Of course, not while you're so busy punching somebody senseless. Shut up. All I'm trying to say is that your perspective on things might find itself a tad bit readjusted by the occasional conversation with somebody. Somebody you're not punching in the face, that is. Shut the hell up. Okay, now it's really funny again. I am always delighted to see Batman whip out his signature catchphrase and even put a little English on it. Also, hey, I'm jumping in as I'm recording this. I did not write this part of my script. I just now noticed it while reading these panels. Black Canary critiques Batman for being a loner and not talking to people and being a shut-in and not communicating and like doing all this shit out of his own little bubble. When Black Canary, the entire time she's in this book, has done nothing but fight every man she's seen. I don't think she's had a conversation with a single character she didn't try to ass whoop except Batman. Why don't the writers of this comic just call the Justice League? Are they stupid? Meanwhile, back in the Batcave, Dick gets so fed up with one of his new rat roommates that he tomahawks the motherfucker in half. His guilt over having killed a literal plague-carrying pest is so great that he vomits. In walks Batman, and we finally, after all this drought, all this waiting, all this pain and sorrow, we finally get a moment that I well and truly like, and I mean really like. This may be my favorite moment so far. This upcoming piece is a pretty damn good bit of character writing. I hate that to get here I had to read the equivalent of chewing on broken glass with my brain, but luckily I know a good dentist for my mind, and it's called good character moments. Grayson, front and center, I brought you the man who murdered your parents, and his fate is in your hands. You can hear me, can't you, boy? It's time for you to decide. Are you an Avenger or a detective? Yes, I hear you, sir. Thank you, sir. Give me his name. He's done a lot of things, Jocko Boy has. None of them good. These days, he's a trigger. You wouldn't know that term, it's an old one. It means if you give him money, he'll blow the brains out of anybody you'd like him to. Does he have any family? Nothing human as far as I know. You've got a choice to make, and you have to make it now. Avenger or detective? What's it gonna be? Jocko Boy stops trying to talk. He stops breathing. Grayson makes his choice. Shunk. You little son of a bitch! You'll talk when I tell you to talk, you bastard! It's pretty good. There's actual tension, there's impressively framed panels that fake out, you know, is coming, but there's a clever execution to it. The best part of All-Star Batman and Robin is this 4-page sequence right here, hands down, at least for now. This is the first time I felt like I was reading a Batman and Robin comic and not Punch Man's Violence Puberty Hour. Dick is now learning at an impressive pace, even going so far as to steal Batman's signature catchphrase. After being beaten off by a 12-year-old boy, Jocko finally confesses to who hired him, and Batman, in his classic style, gets pissed off. Now look, I know a handful of you are going to say, wow, Hugbees, you're just so unbelievably funny, I love you. But after that, you're going to say, look, Hugbees, Batman didn't interrogate Jocko so he could save him for Dick. There's a reason he did all that, and you missed it. To which I reply, why did Batman bother letting him go to jail in the first place if he knows all the cops are crooked and he's just going to walk away anyway? And if he didn't know he was going to walk, why risk letting him go to jail where Batman's interrogation could never happen? Why not apprehend him alongside Dick on the night of the murder, bring them both to the Batcave, and then explain to Dick, look, Dick, this is the guy who murdered your parents. You can kill him now and get revenge, or this can be lesson 1 on your road to becoming a badass superhero detective like me, and then we can fight for proper justice and avenge them, and not, you know, not throw our lives away for revenge. Then you can skip all the stupid locking Dick in the Batcave shit, which largely seems to amount to nothing, and then have a great emotional tense moment acting as the very first deep bond formation between Batman and Robin. Real Batman leads by example, and explains to Dick that he personally understands the trauma he's going through, and that he should always choose justice over revenge. Unfortunately, that would never happen because it would require some level of maturity from Batman, and this isn't the real Batman. This is All-Star Batman we're talking about, baby. But now real quick, let's just tease the Joker because no Batman story is allowed to exist without them shoehorning in the Joker to boost ratings. Issue 8 features a cover of Joker doing his absolute best Kazuma Kiryu impression. If issue 8 continues on with him fighting his way through the Dojima family to make sure he's not late to karaoke night, I will consider this my new favorite comic of all time. Episode 8 released toward the tail end of 2007, meaning by this point DC was very close to the release of The Dark Knight. They knew privately what their new direction of Joker depiction was going to be, and something tells me they mandated this comic to go after that style. Because check out this Heath Ledger looking motherfucker. Joker introduces himself by killing a high-profile attorney after tricking her into a night of coitus. And then, to dispose of the body, this comic awakens me to a new Christmas morning. I want to christen this day a new international holiday, because if you thought that this out-of-nowhere wackiness was finally pulling itself together, you ain't seen nothing yet. To dispose of the body, Joker calls his newest henchman Bruno. Now you may have noticed something very obvious about the image on your screen. I have censored Bruno's breasts. Dear viewer, this is not simply to comply with YouTube's anti-nudity policies. After all, there's no way that they'd get away with such brazen, tasteless nudity in a Batman comic, except for the time that they accidentally showed all of Bruce Wayne's penis. Oh no. I have covered Bruno's breasts because she does a sensible job of covering her own nipples. And she covers them with pasties of swastikas. That's the only time I'm going to say that so the YouTube algorithm doesn't accidentally automatically demonetize me. But feel free to back the video up a bit and make sure that you heard me correctly. I know what I said, and you can search up the image for yourself. This comic is fucking bonkers. Since the Joker was just introduced, it's pretty unsurprising that he's the one who ordered the hit on Grayson's parents. Dick's finally eager to get some action, but Batman insists he continue to fly solo since Dick doesn't even have a costume yet. I'm just going to read you page 9 now, because the more I share this comic, the better I'll feel when I have to prove to my therapist that it wasn't just a vivid hallucination brought on by early dementia. So why a mask? Why in hell do I need to wear a mask? I mean, a costume is queer enough, but why a mask? So you'll have a secret identity, stupid. It's just so juvenile to me. I can't get over how juvenile of a character you have to be a 40-year-old man who says, so you'll have a secret identity, stupid. This isn't Batman. This is Tom Hanks from the movie Big after stealing a Batman costume from the Macmillan Toy Company. It's also pretty funny that Batman's whole temper tantrum is over the fact that Dick might be leaking his secret identity, but he just brought the man who killed his parents in a face-to-face confrontation with him, really rubbing in the, hey, this kid's probably gonna be my new sidekick. You keep in mind Dick Grayson. If you see him, that's him. And you see, now the comic's getting smart and catching on to me, because just after I raise that point, the comic gives an answer.
Secret identity? How could I have a secret identity when everyone on Earth saw you kidnap me? I mean, aren't they kinda gonna know who I am?
I'll figure something out. Get to work on that costume.
And what about Jocko Boy back there? You told him my name.
I made sure he was too stoned to remember anything. I know what I'm doing, Boy Wonder.
Boy Wonder?
Don't worry, guys. All these bunglingly obvious flaws in Batman's plan are covered because he'll figure something out. It's totally not because the writers wrote themselves into a corner and when finally confronting staggeringly obvious questions, tried to postpone finding answers for them that are bafflingly idiotic. Page 11 brings back Batman's classic shut up catchphrase, and now we zoom off to page 12 where he explains how he can't stand being around Grayson for more than 5 fucking seconds, foreshadowing that they'll have a long, successful, family-like partnership. Then the Green Lantern signal shines in the sky, which I didn't even know was a thing, but here we are. Oh, God. So Batman throws Jocko Boy into the harbor, who, keep in mind, is still bound up and will very likely drown from exhaustion. Batman fucks with him psychologically for no reason, and the book tries to get cute by pulling some meta humor on how Jocko's response is too vulgar to print. On both levels, this is dumb, because the book isn't polite enough to hold back on anything, and the writing's too amateur to treat this as other than a recycled joke from God knows how many other publications. And now we're back to the book being clever again, god damn it. I hate that every 10 steps back we take 1 step forward because my role of negativity has to come to a halt to admonish genuine praise. You know how Dick's been fucking around with the weapons in the Batcave the whole time while Batman's gone? He finds a compound bow his size and imagines he's Robin Hood. This inspires him when he asks for a mask to ask for some tights to go along with them, and is probably going to act as inspiration for where his name Robin will come from. It's fine, it's a cute idea for his alter ego origins, and I can't wait for this heroic coming of age moment to be robbed by Batman dropping a hard R-bomb right on the next page with his new classic catchphrase, I've got a demigod to take care of. Batman and Green Lantern set up a meeting, and who cares? Boobs! It's been almost 8 whole issues since we last saw some big fat cat tats. Catwoman's here, and well, yeah, she's sexy. That's pretty consistent through line for her. But more importantly, I really like her costume in this iteration. It's cute. I got no caveat. Again, I'm trying to be fair to this comic, you know? Do you have a problem with people digging for diamonds in the rough? The Robin Hood Robin's a fun idea. Yaka's a Joker's dumb, but I like Catwoman in this. It just looks fun. Joker meets up with Catwoman to propose a team-up for something, and Robin tries to kill Batman when he gets back to the Batcave. Unfortunately, the villain wins in the end of this story because Batman survives.
Don't call me kid. Don't call me boy. Don't call me brat. Don't call me little snot. Call me Hood. My dad was always making me watch some old movie about Robin Hood. That's why I became an archer. So call me Hood.
Hood, huh? Do you know what any thug with half a brain would do with that hood?
Hey!
They could do the same thing with Batman's cowl, but okay, what the fuck ever. I'm just ready to get this over with, issue 9. The cavalcade of stupidity doesn't end there. You want to know why Batman set up a meeting with Green Lantern earlier instead of just talking to him right then and there? It's because Batman used his legendary detective skills properly for the first time all series and painted the secret meeting room as well as himself entirely yellow, since that's Green Lantern's weakness. They just have no idea what they're doing. If Batman needed protection from having a chat with the Green Lantern, why not show up on the rooftop painted yellow? Why show up to the rooftop at all and completely expose yourself if the plan is to have a secret meeting where you have a line of defense? You could have just as easily dropped a note to the Green Lantern or done 1,000 other things instead of telling him about this new person, which is the most counterproductive means of communication possible. I actually kind of like this being Batman's plan if we're in the canon where the Justice League doesn't trust him and vice versa, and they're figuring each other out. Batman is no stranger to improvisation and taking the simplest path to his goal. There's a great example of that in my Riddler comic review that I'll link in the description, but usually those moments are supposed to be comical because they expose Batman's common common sense and lateral thinking in defeating villains that are overthinking, grandstanding, or have laughably simple weaknesses that their egos don't account for. Here, Batman's just kind of following the trend established by this series that he's a sloppy drunk of a tactician, and his execution of operations is drawn entirely from being the biggest megalomaniac possible. Also, just to make sure that we dig the grave of Batman being likable deep enough, we need a specific panel here dedicated to how he made Robin paint the entire thing himself. Let's pump the brakes here for a minute. I am one who doesn't mind breaking bread with the enemy. I've called out what I like about this comic when I see it. I want to read this next panel out loud, not because I think it's a particularly strong moment, nor does it salvage Batman's character in any way. I just think you'll like it, and you'll be able to guess why I like it. I don't think you realize how serious a situation this is, how much danger you're in. A lot of people want you brought down, or worse. You're up against some unspeakable power. Oh, I find that power plenty speakable, Hal. There's parents groups, there's the Mafia, and just about every East Coast street gang. There's the civil rights contingent, the cops, the mayor, and this being an election year, Congressman Blaggard and Governor Spindle. Then there's you, and that little Joy Luck club you're putting together. 4 of you by my count. The Wicked Witch of Lesbos Island, the last candy pants of a blown-up planet, a shape changer who's fruitier than a nutcake, and you, master of the giant green egg beater when you're not plagued by a certain primary color. Care for a glass of lemonade? The verbal smackdown thrown out here by the Caped Crusader, while flagrantly out of character, is a masterstroke in roasting that probably hurts more than any of the bones he just broke at the docks. I also really like how he rubs in the yellow weakness, making sure to only serve lemonade. Finally, the comic is learning what fun is, and how when your character's a total bastard, you can play with that formula in a way that makes the audience enjoy it, as opposed to a way that makes them shrivel up like 10 times as much as if they drank those glasses of lemonade. Batman and Green Lantern debate each other's crime fighting methods, and Batman explains that he has to be violent because nothing else is going to get rid of the hardened criminals of Gotham. I don't care. I know where this is going. What I do care about is fucking look at this art, man. I can't commend Jim Lee, Scott Williams, and Alex Sinclair's work enough on the art of All-Star Batman and Robin. It's so good. And the shading on detailed pages like this, working with nothing but shades of yellow, is just unparalleled. It's one of the reasons I'm having a ton of fun reading this comic, because for all of the laughably and embarrassingly bad parts of the actual meat, I have not once had a negative thing to say about the presentation. And through these Golden Sun panels shines the hope that the series may be turning around, because we actually get fun, a concept I long thought was abandoned by the plot. Batman's provocations earned him a fierce right hook from the Green Lantern's might. As the ring bearer beats up the Caped Crusader, Robin catches the glass of lemonade before it shatters and makes sure to refill it while a regular old wailing commences. You see this here? This is called character building. Batman and Robin's current relationship is more a begrudging summer camp attendee and counselor than anything else. So the fact Robin would care more about the glass than Batman getting his ass kicked is sensical and entertaining. It's a shame that 1 issue of 9 so far is getting this right, but it's better than nothing, I guess. But even Hal Jordan, the dude who couldn't see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch, begins to call out that Robin is totally Dick Grayson, and it'd be stupid to say otherwise. And what's Batman's master plan to cover up this totally conspicuous truth?
I'll be right back. This is insane. have returned. Oh, never expected this to happen, but my goodness. This is a video and a half.
He staged a press conference with Dick Grayson where he talked about how Batman actually saved him from corrupt cops, and now he'll be hiding in the foster care system in witness protection. Oh, yeah, sure, Batman.
You're watching a recap of the worst comic ever made. All-Star Batman and Robin.
People will totally buy that. The kid all over national news in front of millions of people, and you can totally see who he is because he's just using a simple cutout domino mask to conceal his identity. No one's ever going to piece this together, ever. This somehow incredibly related plot is even dumber than what happens in the Rainbow Batman arc. I won't spoil it. I'll put my video on it as a link in the description. I'm sorry I'm self-promoting so much. I'm just really fucking good at what I do. So Batman and Robin's true plan is finally revealed. They get Green Lantern pissed off, confused, and distracted enough that Robin can pickpocket the lantern ring right off his finger. Using his acrobatics, Robin passes the ring to Batman, who pockets it in a yellow utility pouch. Mission accomplished, right? Well, when Hal tries to get the ring back, Robin unleashes on him in an overkill fashion, trying to collapse his throat, and Batman don't like that, no sir, not one bit. Batman beats the fuck out of 12-year-old Dick, and then jumps into emergency triage for Hal. For very little reason, Batman takes off his cowl to do this, and I guess the implication is he needs to focus and see exactly what he's doing. But isn't the whole point of Batman that his entire loadout is perfectly tailor-made to be used in any situation? Whatever. It's also the first time Robin ever gets to see Batman as Bruce Wayne, something you'd think he'd figure out by now, or I don't know what happened in some capacity, but I don't care anymore. I'm going to snap myself out of the way so you can look at page 17 in all its glory. Ignore the dialogue, it's impressively stupid. For some reason, Robin talks about how he loved almost killing someone, which is definitely more of a Jason Todd thing. Doesn't matter. Look at the panel art and rejoice. It's just way too good. It is wasted on this series. And the rest of the comic ends on a somber and distinctly tasteful note. Batman finally begins to legitimately question how quickly he's pushing the entire Sidekick program, and drives Robin to the cemetery where his parents are buried to finally grieve. Something Batman acknowledges he was allowed to do on his journey, but never gave Dick the chance.
And then issue 9 ends. There's no dumb teaser for something else stupid. There's no other bombastically moronic character interactions to drag it down. It's just this. A lighthearted loose end tie-up that escalates suddenly, and tonal shifts the entire thing into a genuine moment of emotion. Issue 9 is good. It's real good, and I don't think anyone on the internet has ever mentioned this. I try to avoid watching things on topics I know to cover because I want to form my own opinion and analysis on the things I talk about. But I do remember reading reviews and breakdowns of this comic back in the day, and I can't remember anyone taking a moment to appreciate any positives beyond the artwork. But broken clocks are right twice a day, and I'm one hell of a watchmaker. I think my biggest bout of depression when reading all this is that I have to move on to the final chapter, because if they didn't bother introducing the Joker or Batgirl, wrapped up the Vicky Vale plotline, and used issue 9 as the finale to become a launch point for a new Batman and Robin series, I would have thought this series was a stellar case of mistakes into miracles. But the problem is, I mean, I haven't read it yet, so I don't know. It might be okay, but the problem is, I'm gonna assume that chapter 10's probably gonna fucking suck, isn't it?
Yeah.
Issue 10, the last one until we can all go home.
Fun fact, the original collected edition of this series omits issue 10 entirely, so my prediction of garbage incoming seems truer by the second. We open on Gordon, who is only a captain and not a commissioner yet, and he waxes poetic about his life while explaining that one of the officers under his command found Catwoman beaten, bloody, and bruised in an alleyway. She told the cop to give a message to Batman, so the cop gives it to Gordon. Gordon decides it's not worth anyone's time trying to locate the Batman, so he tosses it away in the harbor, but it's a big fake out because Batman's waiting below below the docks to intercept the message. Gordon then experiences some weird family drama that's never brought up again, so feel free to ignore it. They won't be on the test tomorrow. There's a handful of entirely pointless pages of Batman monologuing way too much as they jump on top of a subway car. They ride into a secret part of the subway tunnels where Batman built his original Batcave and fucked Catwoman doggy style against a mess of steam pipes and rat droppings. No, I'm not kidding. Catwoman's all fucked a mess of steam pipes and rat droppings.
I'm sorry, what?
Batcave. And fucked Catwoman doggy style against a mess of steam pipes and rat droppings. No, I'm
For first time, here in my first Batcave, here where I lived on rats and proved I didn't need Wayne's billions. We made a mess of things, Selena and I did that night. That's sweaty, dirty, glorious. What the fuck?
not kidding. Catwoman's all fucked up, so they call Alfred for evac, and then the story ends. Yeah, pretty
So why is Batman so gay in this comic? I thought that he's supposed to be a base giga chat billionaire that live in his closet. I think like past all comic books and movies. This one's the worst.
pretty much. Well, at least we're gonna stop reading here. Oh, don't worry, I read the rest of the comic on my own, but it's pointless. No, seriously, it's completely pointless. There's just tons and tons of dialogue about Gordon's inner monologues about things, and his wife gets in a car accident, and Batgirl assaults a local carnival, beating up all the drug dealers and gangbangers who have moved in to make it their home turf, and Black Canary has like 5 pages of her just beating up dudes again, and it's a confusing, forgettable mess, and I don't want to bother writing anything about it. Trust me, you are not missing anything in this last issue. There's nothing more to the story after this. There's a cliffhanger and they try to pull things together a little bit, but it all just spills out on the floor like a dropped jug of milk. The Joker never shows up again. He's just gone. He just fucked off back to Jokerland. It's really disappointing that they tried to keep going after the end of Chapter 9 because it was the perfect way to leap into a new story, bringing the plot threads with it. But instead, just like people with a balloon popping fetish, we got a confusing blunder for a climax. If this was still a typical comic book review, I would have skimmed through all of it and then remarked on how it's either filler or the story's never got concluded and it's the final issue and you know, kind of just spun off from there. But there's something very special about issue 10 of All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder. Take a look at these pages. You'll notice the wanton profanity is back. The screen is littered with sentence enhancers because the writers couldn't figure out how else to make Batgirl spunky other than to slather her dialogue in rude removals. But on issue 10's initial release, the book was entirely recalled by DC for printing errors. And those printing errors left the profanity uncensored throughout the entire comic. And I just so happen to have a copy. Alright, so here is my copy of Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder. All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder. And I got this on eBay in nice little hardcore hard shell protectors collector's case. This is the shit that you see to preserve this kind of stuff. You see for video games and Pokemon cards and after all these aftermarket buying, selling, trading bullshit. It's even got a 9.6 zoom in, enhance, a 9.6 quality grade. So it's in super fucking good condition. Now, what I want to point out is at the top here, it says this is a recalled variant cover. So it's like the rarest fucking printing of this comic ever. This cover, from what I researched, I think I got this factoid right, was only on 10% of all the issues made. It's a special edition cover. The rest had the regular art that you'll probably see in the review from the scans that I'm using. More importantly, it says that it is the recalled version. And that's going to mean one of two things when I finally take a peek at this. We're going to either see that it is in fact loaded with uncensored swear words, or I have been scammed by the third-party seller market in a whole big fucking hoopla that's going down right now. Another key note is that when this comic retailed, I don't know if you can see it, it went for $2.99. Thanks to the third-party collector's market, I paid $140 for this. My $140 collectible comic book. And this is a $15 sledgehammer I got on Amazon. Just gotta get this fucker open.
I wonder if we got scammed.
There we go, right in there. Oops, might have nicked the bottom there a little bit. That's okay. Get a fat gap. Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that. Valhalla achieved. There we go. Now we got this wedged open. We're gonna... Simple as that. Okay. Now... Oh, look at that. It's even got a hard shell. It's even got laminate. Keep this bad boy safe. Dig deep and breathe. There we go. Remember, kids, if you have a priceless paperback artifact, a really sharp box cutter is the perfect tool to get it out of there. There it is. Okay. Let's get my comic. My comic I paid for. Be sure to, by the way, check out Disturbed's new album, Indestructible, in stores, now. Fuck this, I gotta go. God of War, Chains of Olympus for the PSP. Pretty good game. Let's see. Batman.
Is it uncensored?
Yeah. Okay. Yep, there it is. It's hard to tell. I'm gonna get some shots, but it's hard to tell, but yeah, you can. Oh yeah. Ooh. Ooh, they used the C word. Ooh, I might have to recensor that. This is educational, but YouTube doesn't respect me. Ooh, yeah. All right, cool. Normally here, this is where we would put a wrap-up segment for the comic book. I'd give my final thoughts on the whole thing, poke and prod at the fleshy exterior that people can use to re-cement their own
I
opinions
think this
against
is
mine,
quite
or
rare.
jump to
I
it
don't know
without
if
actually
she
watching
could
the
get
whole
a used
video,
copy.
but I can't do that. Each and every panel of All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder has far too much to talk about to do that. Most of it's bad.
Very what?
Not all, but most of it. There are, however, three
Oh, it's
important
just
points that I can
Drains.
make to wrap this up. The first is, without a doubt, this is my new favorite bad comic ever printed of all time.
I don't
People
believe in
often have
oversharing.
bad movies and TV shows that they adore, and this one's gonna get the same level of praise from me for the rest of my life. It's a perfect microcosm of poor writing, dumb characters, and misplaced cynicism, all wrapped up in a downright gorgeous illustrated package. Read it for yourself, even though I just gave you the guided tour. The way certain moments hit in this is downright indescribable secondhand. And I just really fucking love this comic now. Second, if you're watching this on stream with your chat and donators, I want to let your audience know that I am the greatest content creator who's ever lived. And if you're not subscribed to me personally,
I'm the
and only
greatest
watch my
content
videos
creator that has ever
secondhand,
lived. I need to
you're
go
doing
to the
yourself a
toilet.
massive injustice and will forever have a void in your life that can never be filled by any imitator or anyone inspired.
Yes, so consider donating or subscribing. I made an amazing comics on this stream. I'm gonna let you watch it while I go to the toilet. Look, this is super cool. I've made this and appreciate by showing some support. I'll be right back. Come back. Oof. Uh, $100 for a comic book with steroids. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, the worst Batman ever. Sometimes you can burden other people when you overshare. Some call it trauma dumping, but like Lizzie said, I don't believe in oversharing in that sense. Your cat is committing violence?
Inspired by me. Thank you for watching, and you're welcome for my service. And third, and most importantly,
You're the goddamn Batman?
I just realized that Robin's first name is Dick, which is a synonym for penis. That's really funny, and I probably should have made a joke about it.
That's true, but it's too late now. Shenmue 3 is a terrible game. I've wasted my life. We will play it on stream.
What you hate about the E33 is Paper Mario argument. If that's the case, then each parry would reduce damage instead of negating damage. The idea that E33 is the first video game in the history of the medium to ever be inspired by mechanics from other games is quite possibly the stupidest and the most dishonest thing I've ever seen in the history of video games. Actually, no. FF7 Remake's title is probably that, but that's just ridiculous, man. I mean, would you like me to do that? For FF7 Remake's combat, I could just say that Remake's combat is Dynasty Warriors, but they're skinned to look like FF characters. The ATB slow-mo bullet time, that's just ripping off the slow-mo weapon select wheel from GTA, and the bosses that they fight, they're just FF14 raid bosses. Big open arena, boss hovers at the end, swipes up, you know, does the don't stand the circles, don't stand the triangles moves. Like, I can strawman that game, and I think that's unfair, what I just said. I actually think that's unfair. But that's me doing to FF7 Remake what modern FF fans do to this. Even the OG FF7 draws immense influence from like a million other things, you know what I mean? Like everything does. That's how shit works. That's how anything good is made. What you hate about the E33 is Paper Mario argument.
Cool.
If that's the case, then each parry would reduce damage.
This your wonderful comic is covering the video. That's because I have to give you original content.
Your banana. Banana.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit! Bunny, Yoda, Seal. Your banana. Banana.
Oh. Oh. can make Final Fantasy XII play itself.
Ooh. This game has destroyed my brain. This game has ruined my life. Oh my god. There needs to be a Geneva Convention.
It is. You should just set up the team that the game plays itself, basically. As it's true. I remember when it first came out and my best friend was playing it, and he basically complained that he fell asleep playing this game because it just played itself. He set up the Gambit system so well that the game just played itself. You know? Does that make sense? The game literally just plays itself. And I think they've tweaked the system that you can make it play itself even more now. That's... To many people, 12 is the favorite Final Fantasy, but I'm not sure why. Wait, somebody hates Chrono Trigger?
Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the year 2023, where everyone's favorite son of the IMAX creators, Jeff Keighley, let us watch some awards with our game announcement showcase. Nobody else has pointed this out, but the awards are a bit of an afterthought. If you want to watch a game award show where the game developers talk as much as they want, you can check out the DICE Awards. There's nothing more enjoyable for me than listening to a team of passionate developers talk. I enjoy it so much that it's better than actually playing the games themselves. That's a joke. The Game Awards, like it or not, is popular because of its big announcements that draw in the big audience. You can even track the live viewers going up for ads and down for awards, because the promise of a good game makes more money than making a good game. I made that quote by stealing from H-Bomber Guy, quoting The Bachelor from Pathologic, who was quoting French philosopher François de la Rochefoucauld. Maybe it's ironic for an award show, but it's a good microcosm of the entire entertainment industry as a whole. During this ceremony, some developers don't even get to accept their trophy on stage, and instead get a PowerPoint slide that doesn't even take up the whole screen while the host reads it off and gives a thumbs up. One of these awards was for Best Indie Game, given to Sabotage Studios' Sea of Stars, which got me quite heated. I don't even like that game, but that lead designer is certainly not lacking in passion. I believe he has every right to get up on that stage and wave his prize around in my pretentious critic face and tell me my opinion sucks because he has a certificate to back it up. Wait, Cherry, you didn't like that game? Slow down, traveler. First, I will tell you everything that I liked in short form. The pixel art and animations are absolutely delightful. Sea of Stars' acting like sprite work is still the highly competitive AAA standard. All the artists and animators were probably working 25 hours a day for it to be this pristine. It shows. For how many unique areas and unique
I also like the
exist,
soundtrack.
it only gets more impressive. Don't be fooled by my statement, there are reskinned enemies later in the game, but to a completely understandable degree. In a similar vein, the music never stopped giving me goosebumps. All of the tracks made primarily by Eric W. Brown are godlike. I know Vincent Jones is also listed as a contributing artist, and Yasunori Mitsuda's guest tracks seamlessly integrate. Those two take a back seat though. It's Brown's work that shines throughout the entire experience. It's fantastic to listen to by itself, but in tandem with the art direction of each area and each major encounter, whew, the presentation is unparalleled. It's that kind of game where I can hear any song later on and my mind just starts playing the visuals all over again when I'm trying to get a good night's sleep so I can better focus on my projects without digressing. The turn-based combat with active timings is tight and responsive, which is important because blocking is not automatic and requires admiring all of the detailed animation work to time it correctly. The abilities by themselves are just plain fun. I could moomerang all day and I would still be happy. It's all complemented by some extremely refined dungeon design. If all of that sounds like a good time to you, I'd recommend playing it. Don't let me ruin your fun. Run along. You'll probably have a blast. In spite of all that praise, I didn't enjoy myself. To examine why, it's the writing. Of course it's the writing. Make an RPG without half-decent writing. Why am I even here? I've played games.
I've enjoyed it, even though the writing was not the best in the world.
Games with infinitely shittier gameplay, infinitely shittier presentation that were infinitely more engaging. This marks the second game that gave me an existential crisis. The last one that did so was Bug Fables. Uh-oh. There I was, not having a good time at this heavily Paper Mario inspired game as a self-proclaimed fan of the first 3 Paper Mario games. Yes, I'm one of those people. I know, we'll all get past this eventually. I couldn't tell you exactly why I had a bad time though. There wasn't anything specific that I could easily list off. I started to think to myself, damn, maybe I just don't like Paper Mario no more. Maybe I've outgrown it. Maybe it's now relegated to a game that I liked from my childhood. So in my childhood ruined depression, I pulled out my Wii because my GameCube is broken, and I fired up Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door just to try it again for a half hour.
Oh god.
I beat the whole game for the 11th time. Not even backtracking over the same 4 screens in Chapter 4 could stop me. Maybe it did something different than Bug Fables. Game design is more like a soft science with guidelines rather than an easy list of do's and don'ts. I can slog through some shit if there's a compelling reason to slog through a shit tunnel. My theory is as such. I don't think games need super good writing, but they certainly need serviceable writing at a bare minimum to not ruin the rest of the experience. It's like building a chair and having 3 fancy legs and the 4th one is rotten to the core. Yeah, these other supports are amazing, but nobody can sit in it. It has to at least hold some weight, even if it's not comfortable. Bug Fables markets itself as a Paper Mario inspired game. The reason a nostalgia seeker like myself would buy it. Sea of Stars markets itself as inspired by many RPGs, but primarily one small indie game known as Chrono Trigger. After being thoroughly disappointed in Sea of Stars, I had to play Chrono Trigger again just like I did with Paper Mario. To be clear, this is not a bad thing. Using great works that you personally enjoy to make your own creations is the bread and butter of creation itself. I can speak to that on a personal level. My whole video making career is inspired by many people, some of which probably too much. The downside is that this can also start to welcome comparisons that you might not want to be made. My stuff is just this, but worse, derivative. It's not a great feeling, and it's easy to get down on yourself as a creator because something is never good enough. Accepting that it is the way
I never
it is
skip
and
dialogue
trying
though.
to push forward on the next project is all you can really do. It's not cope. The problem I have with something like Sea of Stars is taking a bunch of concepts from work that you like doesn't automatically make it good. You have to understand what makes it work in the first place. The kind of stuff that isn't necessary to enjoy something, but necessary if you want to create something of a similar quality. Before going any further, there will be spoilers for both Sea of Stars and Chrono Trigger. If you care about that stuff, this is
We
your time to
finished this
play
game on
and or
stream.
experience one or both of those games before I show you all of the twists in Chrono Trigger, because Sea of Stars has none. Chrono Trigger is a game.
I think I'm ill because I have to go to the toilet again. I'll be right back. I am ill, I think. At least I managed to do the comic. I feel like I'm gonna have to nap a bit after stream.
Game about actions having consequences. You could say it's the entire central premise. Using time travel as a means to explore that premise is genius. Perhaps even a bit too.
Oh, never mind then. We'll watch something else. I thought you saw me play it on stream. What is Shonen Jump's most embarrassing sports manga? Pocket Debate, the third.
All right, let's just do this nonsense. Dontarius, why the fuck should I take your call? Please, on God.
Hello?
You've called before. I think you're a giant flaming turd. Why should I speak to you now?
Well, that's a very insultive way to
I don't care.
welcoming guests to your call.
I don't. You're not a guest to my
Very
call-in show.
rude.
You're not a guest. You're a turd. Why should I take your call?
That's very offensive because you're.
Because I'm too sexy for your shirt.
Whoop-de-doo.
You
Congratulations.
don't affirm that I'm
Fucking cancel me.
transracial.
Cancel me then.
You're what?
Oh my
Write
gosh.
a
All
scathing
you
expose.
leftists do is
Fucking
mute,
blow me up
talk
on
over,
Twitter.
insult
Blow me
personally,
up on X.
Never have any.
Go put me on
valid
Donald Trump's new
argument.
leftist watch list. I don't care.
I'm transracial. I don't support
care,
Trump.
turd.
I'm
Wonderful
I'm a
turd.
transracial woman.
Wonderful
You
turd.
won't affirm my identity as a black
No,
woman.
affirm that you're a turd.
You're transphobic,
You
racial.
turd.
You're a racist anti-Semite,
Whoopee turd.
and you're transphobic. You
Wonderful
won't affirm my
turd.
identity as a transracial black
I love
woman.
it. I love it, you turd.
I've had to deal with bullies like you all my life. I'm a transracial black
I'll
woman.
fucking bully you
and
harder
will
too. I don't give a
not
fuck.
affirm my identity.
I'll bully you more too. I don't give a fuck about
The
you.
fantasy I'm living in,
Why the
you
fuck
will
would I
not
care?
affirm my identity.
Aw.
You're a transphobic, racist,
Aw.
anti-Semite.
Hey,
Now you're
here's
making
you.
baby noises
Here's you.
again.
This is you.
If there he goes again,
Did
he'll
you know this
mute
was
me
you?
here in a second and hang up
know
because
this
he
was
doesn't
you?
have any valid arguments.
Do you know this is you right now?
This is great.
Damn, listen to you right now.
Has he
Listen
muted
to
me
you.
yet?
Listen to you, Dante. Do you hear yourself?
That's all
you hear
leftists
it?
can do.
Do you
They
hear
just
it?
mute you,
Oh, let's
talk
hear it
over
again.
you, attack you
Let's hear it again.
personally on unrelated
Hmm.
things.
Let's hear it again.
They
Let's hear
never
it
have a
again.
good argument for
Hey,
anything.
real quick.
I
Are neck
identify
beards
as a
tough to
dentist.
shave? Are neck beards
I
tough to
identify
shave?
as a
or is that-
dentist.
Shut up, muted. Do you think neck beards are tough to
Shut up,
shave?
muted.
I'm
Yeah.
wondering. Or like, does like a shit razor do its job? Question number 2: when women run away from you on the street, does that happen before or after they smell your breath? Question number 3:
Yeah.
how long does it take you to like shit out the absolute unfathomable bullshit in your brain over under 2 hours? When you got diarrhea the other day because your diet consists of quarter pounders and Dr. Pepper, did you then like put your head in the toilet and smell it afterwards? You seem like the type. When you lick your fingers, is there still shit from the fucking toilet paper because you're bad at wiping?
Jesus
just
Christ,
wondering.
that's vile.
Genuinely. Just genuinely, I'm wondering. How does it feel to be a turd? How does it feel to be a turd in the wind? It's gotta be an interesting life, right? It's gotta be. Being that turd in the wind. Let's listen to you one more time. That's you, by the way. This is what you sound like. This is you. This is, yeah. Yeah, that's you. Uh-huh. Hey, how come everyone in your house shares the same bar of soap and nobody uses a washcloth? When you brushed your teeth, did you get all of your dad's pubes out of your mouth before you did it or after?
Damn.
I just assume. Just wondering. Just, you know. Just really would like to know. Anyway, Dontarius is going to hear a mute.
Breathe in.
You're going to hear a mute button, Dontarius.
Oh.
You heard that beep. You're off mute now.
You
Now,
think
why
my
are you
name's
such a turd?
Dontarius, you idiot.
No shit, your
He
name is
thinks my
not
name's
Dontarius, you
Dontarius.
fucking dumb fuck. Obviously, I know that's
Have
not
you
your
ever heard a
name, you
white voice
stupid
named
fucking
Dontarius?
idiot.
Only
No
somebody as
shit.
stupid as you would
No
fall for
shit,
that.
Sherlock. We know that's
Then
not
why
your
did
name,
you call me
dumbass.
Dontarius?
It's the name you keep
You wanna-
calling in on,
you
you
wanna
stupid
mutilate
fuck.
the genitalia of
You
kids.
stupid muted. You stupid fucking dumbass. If you had given another name for us to use, we'd use it. But that's the name you keep giving when you call in. You want me to make up a name for you? Fine. Little annoying fucking turd. Your name now forever will be Turd. So we're going to change your name in the call system so that every time you call in, it says caller Turd. There we go.
Wow.
Now we know that you're a fucking turd. So we know
So I don't know, any mug will be
forever
okay
and a
with having
day
a diary as long as
that
they're
you're a turd
going
whose
to on
parents
the
didn't
lips.
love you. Your drywall is filled with fucking holes
I'm not fine having
because you've never
diarrhea.
known the touch of a woman
Okay.
or man. I don't know what way you swing. But whatever you do, you gotta fucking nut at some point. I promise to God, turd, your fucking life will be better if you just nut. Right now, the hatred you feel to the trans community is because you want to nut. Just go do it. Life will be better for you. My God, bro.
Wait, there was a Looney Tunes reboot? An edgy to Looney Tunes reboot?
I'm a fully grown man watching cartoons on. Oh, and by the way, the leading poll. First off, it's pretty Ticks, Techie Coyote, and Rev Runner in the mirror
What?
while trying to come up with a superhero name that properly fits his incredible range of powers. That's a Daffy Duck moment, which means this character might actually.
Putin lost Crimea. Kind of, not exactly. Also, this guy got a medal.
So right now, as I'm speaking, Crimea is being evacuated, fully evacuated, and I cannot believe I'm even saying these words. And look, this is a huge deal. Crimea is about the size of Wales, and Russia took it in 2014, and they didn't think that anything like this would happen. They thought they had it in the bag. They referred to it endlessly as the unsinkable aircraft carrier. And I've only just arrived back here in Ukraine, and honestly, this entire country feels like an entirely different place to the one that I left just a few weeks ago. Moscow is burning right now in unprecedented strikes. St. Petersburg was hit in exactly the same way, right in front of Candace Owens and all their favorite influencers. And this is happening right now because the weather forecast looks like this.
I actually have to look it up if Crimea is being fully evacuated. Because this person tends to exaggerate. There's a civilian exodus and a state of emergency, but it's not being fully. I knew it. I knew it. It's not being fully evacuated. I've never seen it now. Yeah, this person tends to just exaggerate, over-exaggerate. Like what is happening is not Crimea being fully evacuated. Where is Pantheon Plan?
The diplomatic dispute between Poland and Ukraine shows no signs of easing following a speech given by President Zelensky on Ukraine's Constitution Day on Sunday, in which the Ukrainian president said that the Ukrainian government would be submitting a bill to parliament in order to recognize Ukraine's pantheon of national heroes. Here's what the Ukrainian president had to say.
Okay.
Today, I submitted to Parliament a law on the Ukrainian national pantheon. The names of all the heroes who, across different centuries and eras, fought for Ukraine and inspired Ukraine will be brought together and forever inscribed in our history, with a capital letter, with great respect and attention from the state. From a Ukraine that respects itself, values its people, and defends what is its own, its right to be Ukrainian. When no one ever will dictate how we should live, how we should speak, whom we should love, whom we should be grateful to, or which heroes we should honor.
Okay. I think the idea of national heroes is stupid, but whatever. We live in the era of nation states, so.
Now, Zelensky said this outside the Pechursk Lavra, where he unveiled a statue of Ivan Mazepa, a leader of the Cossack Hetmanate at the end of the 17th century. But the implication from Zelensky's speech was that no other country would be able to dictate to Ukraine who their national heroes were. This implication regarding Poland stripping President Zelensky of the Order of the White Eagle following the decision by Kyiv to name a unit of the Ukrainian armed forces after the Ukrainian insurgent army, a group which killed 100,000 Poles during the Second World War. This decision has drawn strong reactions in Poland, and this speech now has also further drawn strong reactions in Poland, as the Ukrainian government appears to be doubling down on its decision to name the unit after the UPA, and it's certainly one to keep an
UPA sounds stupid. Sounds like clumsy attempt at saying UPKA. Just say UPA.
eye on, depending on how
UPA.
Poland reacts to this speech, the Polish government reacts to this
UPKA.
speech. But certainly there is no sign that the Ukrainian government is trying to mediate this crisis by making concessions on this specific point about maybe controversial national figures in Ukraine's history. I'm Oz Kataji reporting from Kyiv for TVP World.
Ridiculous. Poland also has its horrible national heroes. Just so you know.
So you might be watching this.
Jimmy Olsen fumbled. Yeah. I don't know. I realize that sort of stuff like this gets views, stuff like this gets clicks, but yeah, this is the hardest moment of Putin's life. Russia lost Crimea. This is just. I like accurate reporting. I don't like exaggeration. You know?
Every
up in X-Plane, and these guys have said that they've been doing this every single night.
look at this graph, it shows are like gold dust right now, and Putin has decided to scatter them over his favorite city. So that leaves the peninsula.
This person definitely knows how to promote himself.
This isn't a video to say that Crimea is suddenly going to be liberated, that the Ukrainians are going to march right across and take it back to their rightful ownership. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. The region is heavily mined and there's still a huge troop presence there. But it's a symbol that Russia isn't as strong as it likes to put out on the world stage. And it's
Yeah, we already know that Russia is not that strong. Okay. There you go. We can watch this because I've been recommended this. Ukraine debates LGBTQ+ rights as thousands serve in the military. What is this? I
Just
just
a few
like
years ago,
my
White
reporting
Murchison
to be
Kyiv was surrounded by police officers.
just like my reporting to be accurate, you know? Yeah, I know this Ukrainian pantheon of yours is going to hurt and it's going to hurt very bad. Oh wait, what is this video? Wait, why will it hurt? Oh yeah, will that famous writer, is the famous writer gonna be in the pantheon of heroes? It feels like he should be. Shevchenko, right? I feel like Shevchenko should be in that pantheon of heroes, no? If you're gonna go that route, then probably that's a good idea, I think. Let me see what Vladimir has sent.
Proszę Państwa, nie ma wątpliwości, że
Oh my god. No way. No way did you just send me this. Did you really just send me this? No way. I mean, it's inevitably going to hurt some Polish feelings. Oh. Are there English subtitles that I can actually... Do I have to translate this in real time?
na naszych oczach rodzi się banderyzm
Well, now, in front of our very own eyes, Banderism 2.0 is being born.
2.0. No,
What the fuck, man?
spróbujemy odpowiedzieć na pytanie,
Let's try to answer the question.
po co Zełenskiemu upowska, szowinistyczna Ukraina?
Why does Zelensky need a chauvinistic UPA Ukraine?
A wydaje mi się, że
I think,
po pierwsze, to jest
first of all,
wielka ściema Zełenskiego,
it's just Zelensky bullshitting
bo Ukraina nie wygrywa wojny.
because Ukraine is not winning the war.
Zełenski, wzbudzając celowo, odgórnie ukraiński szowinizm,
This is such theory crafting. This is such theory crafting. Zelensky, by waking up chauvinistic emotions,
przygotowuje społeczeństwo
is preparing society
na utratę Donbasu.
for the loss of the Donbass.
Rosyjska armia właśnie wdziera się w pas twierdz. Sytuacja ukraińskiej armii jest niezwykle niekorzystna, delikatnie mówiąc.
The situation of the Ukrainian army is difficult, to say the least,
Jeśli nie beznadziejna.
if not hopeless.
Czy 40-dniowa ofensywa dronowa
Will a 40-day drone offensive
ma na krótko przykryć zbliżającą się porażkę? Czy
is the drone offensive supposed to hide the upcoming defeat?
stanowi próbę jej powstrzymania?
Or is it supposed to stop the defeat? Who is this guy? Where did you find this guy?
W każdym razie,
In any case,
podgrzewając ostry nacjonalizm,
by I don't know, by playing the nationalism card, I don't know, by ranking up the nationalism,
Zełenski idzie tropem po śladach Bandery,
Zelensky is trying to go in the footsteps of Bandera. None of this makes sense. Like, none of this theory makes sense. That the circumstances are completely different. Like, the circumstances of Bandera and Zelensky are like completely, like, there's no comparison between these two people. They're just, what? What is that supposed to even mean?
Konowalca, Szuchewycza. A co chce osiągnąć erupcją banderowskiego
Yeah, what does Zelensky want to achieve? Get to the point, please.
nacjonalizmu?
Bez względu na cele Zełenskiego, to jest działanie antypolskie.
It's a deeply anti-Polish action. And what would be the purpose of that? I'm baffled by this segment.
To jest ogromne zagrożenie dla Polski.
It is a great danger to Poland. I don't know how, but whatever.
A z drugiej strony,
Aha.
po kolejnych, najnowszych ruchach Zełenskiego w tej dziedzinie, widać jak bardzo zmanipulował,
You can see how much Zelensky is manipulated.
ograł i upokorzył Batyra. Robert Heda, oficer agencji wywiadu w stanie spoczynku. Witam Państwa na kanale Jana Pińskiego. Dzień dobry.
This is some retired military guy. Oh my god. Let's see the comments. How did you find this, Vladimir? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. I think I got the gist of what this thing is about. I don't have the power to, I don't have the mental fortitude right now to translate the whole thing. Maybe next stream I will cover the whole thing. This is such bullshit. Jesus Christ almighty. I only have so much patience for Brainrot right now since I am a bit ill. I mean, I was specifically looking for base Polish right-wing content. Like, what do you mean? Or how did I find it? It's literally out there on YouTube. I mean, fair enough. Maybe I'll cover the whole thing next stream alongside the LGBT one. The LGBT video about Ukrainian LGBT community getting more recognition. God damn, that video is bad. But, my stomach hurts a bit, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to cover this today. It'll be a juicy segment for sure. I'll be able to give my thoughts as a Polish person, etc. I'll stir controversy. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna stream during the day. I'm gonna make this into a juicy segment. I'm sure I'm gonna get a lot of. I actually had debates on social media, on Twitter, with Polish people about Ukraine. Very stupid debates, and I remember that. And I had those debates in Polish, mind you, right? We were talking in Polish, and every single time when I used even the most basic, whenever I use even the most basic reasonable argumentation, I would just be called a stupid Ukrainian, and that's it. People would just assume that I'm Ukrainian and say, "Shut up, you Ukrainian," and that's it. It's very bizarre. And I would not even correct them. I'd be like, "Sure." Doesn't change that I'm correct. It's silly. Silly, silly, silly. Well, what are you gonna do? Think so. Okay, it's been 4 hours, 30 minutes. And my stomach really hurts now, so I'll have to lie down for a bit. I'll stream later. We have a few topics to cover. Have a few news. And also, I'll have to do some work on the various things that I'm working on, articles, and speaking of Ukraine, the org that I help with, Track Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have to gather some more viewers, so recommend me to people so that we can, you know, gather a viewership. Okay, I'll raid you to somebody. Hopefully they will. Yeah? Oh yeah, All-Star Batman and Robin. I thought you enjoyed my comic for a second, but I guess, you know. For a second there, I thought that like you enjoyed my comic. Okay, I'm gonna raid you to the line. Because they actually sometimes, they did raid me sometimes, so. Alright, I'll see you. Your comic is good. I've said that, thank you. Alright, bye bye.